How are we doing in the DGG-averse today? Huh. This guy's his name is Quote. Gifted 10 Destiny memberships. Thanks, buddy. Hold on 1 second, then we'll start. Destiny clip. No. Okay. 1 second. Nah. No. No. 900. It's time for a 900. Let's fucking go. What is this?
To defend itself and defend the rules-based international order. Yesterday, we saw reports of a deadly explosion in Poland near its border with Ukraine. I spoke last night to my Polish counterpart.
Sorry, Little bro.
Prime Minister and
you can't leave for Dallas or LA. I snitched on you. Mom has blocked your credit card and called President Joseph Biden.
and
to
the
put you
loved
on the
ones
no-flight
of
list.
those who
So
were
sorry, Litel
killed. I
bro,
also
regrettable,
underscored America's
unfortunate,
ironclad commitment to defend
unlucky.
Poland.
Litel biar.
We have full confidence in the Polish government's investigation of this explosion, and they've been conducting that investigation in a professional and deliberate manner. And so we won't get ahead of their work. We're going to stay in close touch with our Polish counterparts, as well as with our NATO allies and other valued partners. We're still gathering information, but we have seen nothing that contradicts President Duda's preliminary assessment that this explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland.
Rip.
And whatever the final conclusions may be, the world knows that Russia bears ultimate responsibility for this incident. Russia launched another barrage of missiles against Ukraine, specifically intended to target Ukraine's civilian infrastructure. This tragic and troubling incident is yet another reminder of the recklessness of Russia's war of choice. And Ukraine has a bedrock right to defend itself. And we will continue to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine as they defend their country. And we were joined today at the contact group meeting by my good friend Oleksiy Reznikov, Ukraine's Minister of Defense, and by Deputy Chief of Defense, Lieutenant General Moyshuk. I spoke with General Reznikov by phone before this morning's contact group meeting about yesterday's explosion in Poland. And we'll remain in close consultation as we move forward. Ukraine's commanders have shown tremendous leadership and tenacity. And they updated the contact group this morning on the current battlefield dynamics and on Ukraine's most urgent self-defense needs. Ukraine's troops continue to consolidate their gains on the battlefield as they head into the winter. And the contact group continues to push hard to bolster Ukraine's air defenses in the face of Russia's ongoing barrages. I'm pleased to be able to report that the NASAMS air defense systems that we've sent to Ukraine are now operational, and their performance so far has been very impressive. The NASAMS systems had a 100% success rate in intercepting Russian missiles as the Kremlin continues its ruthless bombardment of Ukraine, including yesterday's attacks. We're also working to secure more critical equipment to protect and repair Ukraine's energy infrastructure after Russia's indefensible attacks. We also heard an important update from General Kovoli, our supreme allied commander in Europe. I'm confident that the training efforts spearheaded by the United States and many other members of this contact group will equip the Ukrainian armed forces with the skills that they need to consolidate their gains and to seize new opportunities on the battlefield. I'd also like to acknowledge the European Union's important efforts here. The EU's training program across Europe will do a great deal to reinforce what other countries are doing bilaterally. Also like to recognize Germany and Poland for their leadership in this larger mission. And let me thank the UK for pledging to train another 19,000 Ukrainian troops next year. The contact group also discussed important industrial-based initiatives to sustain our security assistance to Ukraine. Let me also thank the department's acquisition and sustainment team, as well as the co-host of the National Armaments Directors Working Group under the contact group auspices. Now, all of these initiatives help prepare the Ukrainians to consolidate their gains during the winter and to prepare to seize new initiatives in the spring. And you can see this contact group's ongoing unity and commitment in some of the announcements that its members made. I'd like to thank Sweden for coming forward today with a substantial $287 million package of assistance to Ukraine. This package includes key capabilities, including an air defense system that will bolster Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russia's ongoing ruthless attacks. And Spain has promised to send 2 more Hawk launchers and missiles. Canada is stepping up with its latest tranche of $500 million in assistance, and Canada remains one of the lead donors of winter gear. Germany has advanced much-needed donations of air defense, artillery, and MLRS ammunition. And Greece also announced an important donation of 155 millimeter ammunition. And Poland has committed additional artillery and tank ammunition, as well as short-range air defense capabilities. And so these contributions will make a real difference. And so does a coordination of our security assistance that this contact group makes possible. So we will continue to deepen our work together. And the contact group has met 7 times this year. And each meeting has produced tangible results that help Ukraine defend itself and its citizens. You can see that progress in Ukraine's victories in Kharkiv and Kherson. Over the weekend, the world saw Ukrainian forces liberate Kherson, demonstrating once again the determination of the Ukrainian people to live free in their own country. Now, our resolve is only strengthened by Russia's indefensible attacks on civilian targets. And we'll continue to stand together in common purpose, because no member of this contact group wants to live in a world where big countries bulldoze their peaceful neighbors.
True.
And we won't just accept Putin's imperial aggression and erosion of international norms as some kind of new normal.
True.
Instead, we will continue to stand up for Ukraine's inalienable rights to defend itself. We'll continue to strengthen our unity and resolve. We'll continue to show the power of partnership. And we'll continue to bolster Ukraine's armed forces by rushing them the capabilities that they need to defend their country. And we will continue to help the people of Ukraine in their fight for freedom. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to General Milley for his opening comments.
Thank you, Secretary Austin. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your leadership as we gathered today, this morning, for the 7th consecutive convening of the Ukrainian Contact Group, which we've been doing every month, as you know. And thanks also to all the ministers of defense out there who participated, and all of my counterparts, all the charge that participated, and other senior representatives from almost 50 countries showed up at this meeting this morning and continue to take part in these discussions, which are very, very productive. The mission of the group remains clear: to support Ukraine as they counter the illegal and unprovoked Russian aggression, and to continue to supply Ukraine with the capabilities necessary to defend their sovereignty. Through these contact group sessions and other close coordinations that I have and the Secretary has with our counterparts, that I talk to General Zaluzny weekly, and my staff continually talks to his staff, we continue to respond to Ukraine's battlefield requirements and their needs for means of fighting for their freedom. This is a war of choice. It's a war of choice for Russia.
True.
They embarked on a tremendous strategic mistake.
True.
They made a choice in February of this year to illegally invade a country that posed no threat to Russia. In making that choice, Russia established several objectives. They wanted to overthrow President Zelensky and his government. They wanted to secure access to the Black Sea. They wanted to capture Odessa. They wanted to seize all the way to the Dnieper River, pause, and then continue to attack all the way to the Carpathian Mountains.
Facts.
In short, they wanted to overrun all of Ukraine.
Facts.
And they lost.
Facts.
They didn't achieve those objectives.
Facts.
They failed to achieve their strategic objectives, and they are now failing to achieve their operational and tactical objectives. Russia changed their war aims in March and beginning of April. Their war of choice then focused on the seizure of the Donbass, the Donetsk and Luhansk Oblasts. That was their operational objectives, and they failed there. Then they changed again and expanded to seize Zaporizhia and Kherson. These strategic reframing of their objectives, of their illegal invasion, have all failed, every single one of them. And we've just witnessed last week Russia's retreat from Kherson.
Oof.
They retreated across the Dnipro River.
Oof.
They moved to more defensible positions south of the river.
Oof.
Their losses, due to Ukrainian success and skill and bravery on the battlefield, have been very, very significant.
Yikes, fam.
And it's clear that the Russian will to fight does not match the Ukrainian will to fight.
Oof.
On the battlefield,
That is
Ukrainians' offensive up in
facts.
Kharkiv has been very successful, where they crossed the Oskil River, and they have moved to the east and are near the town of Savartovy. There is a significant ongoing fight down in Bakhmut right now and in the vicinity of Seversk and Soledar, where the Ukrainians are fighting a very, very successful mobile defense. There is limited contact right now in Zaporizhzhia and limited contact in and around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And as we already discussed, Kherson's offensive has been successful. So across the entire frontline trace of some 900 or so kilometers, the Ukrainians have achieved success after success after success.
Jackson
And the
Hinkle owes
Russians
you
have
money.
failed
True, didn't we bet on
every
this?
single time. They've lost strategically, they've lost operationally, and I repeat, they lost tactically.
Yeah, they lost
What they've tried
bigly.
to do, they failed at. They started this war, and Russia can end this war. Russia can make another choice, and they can make a choice today
To fuck off.
end this war.
Or that.
However, Russia is choosing to use their time to attempt to regroup their forces, and they are imposing a campaign of terror, a campaign of maximum suffering on the Ukrainian civilian population in order to defeat Ukrainian morale. The Russians are striking throughout the depth and breadth of all of Ukraine with air-launched cruise missiles, with Caliber sea-launched cruise missiles, and with other types of munitions. They are striking the Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, and it has little or no military purpose. While assessments are ongoing, yesterday's strikes looked like they launched at least 60 missiles, and they may have launched upwards of 90 or even perhaps 100, and we'll have better assessments in the days ahead. But it was likely the largest wave of missiles that we've seen since the beginning of the war. These missiles, again, they targeted intentionally and damaged civilian power generation facilities to cause unnecessary suffering.
Is it confirmed the missile came from Ukraine that landed in Polish territory?
We assess
It sounds
now
like it,
that
yeah.
over a quarter of Ukrainian civilians are without power. The deliberate targeting of the civilian power grid,
Don't worry, it was a laugh moment.
causing
Oopsies.
excessive collateral damage and unnecessary suffering on the civilian population, is a war crime. With the onset of winter, families will be without power and, more importantly, without heat. Basic human survival and subsistence is going to be severely impacted, and human suffering for the Ukrainian population is going to increase. These strikes will undoubtedly hinder Ukraine's ability to care for the sick and the elderly. Their hospitals will be partially operational. The elderly are going to be
Can you explain the
exposed to
portal
the
meme
elements.
cube thingy? I don't understand.
In the wake
Link me
of
the picture and I'll tell you the answer.
unrelenting Russian aggression and incalculable human suffering, Ukraine will continue to endure. Ukraine is not going to back down. The Ukrainian people are hard. They're tough. And most of all, they're free, and they want to remain free. Ukraine is going to continue to take the fight to the Russians.
Okay. Did you know the guy you debated yesterday, Turd Flinging Monkey, has a YouTube channel dedicated to reviewing sex toys dolls? That dude, that guy was. I'm going back to being meaner. I'm gonna start to. We need to start incorporating the past shards of ourselves, and I'm gonna start being meaner to people like that. I think I was pretty mean yesterday. Like I don't know what I don't know what I say. I'm trying to sound smug. That's the challenging thing, is that I'm trying to illustrate to somebody how stupid they are, but I have to do it in a way that doesn't come across as smug as fuck, right? It's a very, very, very challenging line to walk. When you're linking me charts and you're saying this is like my data, that's like a data thing, but that doesn't make an argument. That's like a starting point. You can't just link me a chart. What? Like, I can't even believe you would do that. Like, if you're going to come prepared. Now, if he didn't have anything and he just was speaking like, oh, I know this, that's fine. But the fact that you took time to prepare and then what you prepared were just a couple charts plotting two variables against each other. Like, bruv. What? What's going on here?
Hey, Nick.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much. You sound bitter. I'm not going to lie.
I sound what?
You sound bitter.
I am bitter. Yeah, I'm pissed off.
What did you expect to hear? What did you expect him to say?
I expected him to go out there and talk about what's really happening, which is censorship, which is...
He talked about censorship. I just think he wasn't as high energy as you wanted him to
No,
be.
he didn't. He did not talk. When did he talk? What did he say about censorship?
He was saying to people in here. He ended the speech was talking about how they censored me and it's a crazy time, and that I was yelling at my chat saying Rumble's going to go up. He did touch on censorship.
Nah, barely. And listen, man, I mean, the thing is, I've been focusing on this stuff. I've been in it for the last 6 years.
I know, that's why you're bitter, because you've been in the trenches and he wasn't speaking up for you. But this kind of goes back to our last conversation when you told me about Charlottesville, and I told you that there's some battles that you need to compromise or else you're not going to get the popular vote. What I was just telling my chat was, I understand that you are fully red pill and you are completely against globalism, but you need to pick your battles in order to unify the country.
Oh, look, that's cute. Even if Cinco is like maybe lost to the Nazis, he still learned some lessons. That's good. Picking your fights is true. I don't know if Fuentes will admit it to him, but Fuentes knows this as well, right? Like I think that the far right realized that there are some fights that they just looked fucking horrible on.
And I was saying, you could win and you could run for president in the future, but there's certain things that you just can't talk about or you're going to alienate too many people. So Trump realized the mistakes that he made in 2015 speech that you love was that he was immediately seen as a racist. He was immediately seen as, he was xenophobic. He was talking about the Mexicans, they're coming here, they're rapists. And he was fighting those quotes for how long? For pretty much his entire campaign, he was labeled as a racist, and he's finally beat those allegations for the most part, and now he's won over the Latino vote. He has. I'm in here, bro. The Cubans love him. They're here waving the flags. They're going along with their trucks. You do have to pick your battles. So I think he's just going in with a different game plan. In 2015, 2016, he was going in fully controversial. Let me talk about the globalists. Let me talk about the liberals. Let me talk about what's really going on. Let me be an independent. I'm going to be an outsider. I'm going to drain the swamp. And now he wants to win over the Republicans as well. I don't think that he changed up his ideology. He just realizes that he has a different battle that he's fighting now. He can't go as controversial as he did 7 years ago because you won't win. You're going to be completely censored. They're going to think that you're divisive. And right now, America needs somebody who is seen as inclusive, even if they're not really that. It's a lot about optics, and I think you're so far down the rabbit hole. You were there on a no-fly list. You're talking about how the FBI was investigating
Oh,
you.
man.
You were at January
Sneako's little broing him hard.
6th. Of course he's not going to talk about January 6th. I was telling my chat that I wanted him to talk about the vaccines. Of course he's not going to be controversial. This was the first announcement speech.
Well, careful.
But you
Trump
gotta realize
supports the
difference
vaccines.
in that speech from 2015 was he was first announced. Trump is going from a reality TV star businessman to a politician. A completely different speech. He needs to grab headlines. He has the headlines. He's been the president. Whether you like it or not, you're saying that you wanted to be an outsider. He's already been the president. He's on the inside now. It's a different battle.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, first of all, I totally disagree with you about the so-called divisiveness, and even as far as the optics goes, that's an expression I used to use. To me, optics is looking right. Optics is having a good presentation and looking competent. Optics does not mean completely compromising and completely conceding. And the thing is,
He didn't.
You're
thinking that because you're so far down the
hang
rabbit
on.
hole. Okay, go.
I'll let you go. So in 2016,
Holy shit! The prodigal son, after 3 days of not donating, is returned. Evil Fossil with the $9.99. LA, that's a whole Illuminati country away from me. I'll miss you, baby. See you when I'm done setting up for you. Oh, man, I hope you're at our Georgia canvassing event, okay? I'm coming strapped, though, so just as a warning. Man, welcome, Evil Fossil, back to the fold.
he actually won. And in 2016, he won a crushing victory against every Republican in the country. Rubio, Cruz, Kasich, every walk of life, no matter how popular, no matter how much.
This is something, I don't know how I've managed to avoid this. I always try to reanalyze because I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything. It feels like a lot of people run into this problem where they're like, what would you call it? Like a flash in the pan. People will chase the highs that they had at one point in time and they never change up. Something I'm always scared of is that, like, you ever see these old YouTube channels and like the people are still posting, but they like just completely fell off. And when I say fell off, I don't mean like, oh, you're not popular anymore, but like they just didn't adapt to the times. They just kind of do the same old or whatever. It's kind of like a scary thing to watch because you'll see these people that used to be like super popular and then they haven't like adapted their message or anything. Yeah, I was going to say, I saw that Armored Skeptic post in my subreddit the other day. Fucking synergy. Apparently he made a post like complaining about like how he has like no friends or no family or nothing. Like everything is like falling apart in his life or something. I think he became, but I also think, I don't know if he's, I don't want to say crazy, but he might be. Like he did a huge bend towards like Christianity. And became, people were saying he became a cult leader. I don't know if he became a cult leader or not, but it's just interesting to see this guy, his channel. Oh, this doesn't even go back far enough because these guys were popular in like 2017, I think. Does this site only archive back to 2019? But to see a channel with like almost 500,000 subs, struggling to pull like 100,000 views a month, and then to see the people like complaining about it is kind of scary. It's always. I'm completely lost and alone. I don't know what to do and I have nowhere to go. I hate that this is the only place I can even share this. It's all gone. I burned myself out the last 2 to 3 years fighting to get to the end of this. I had hoped that there was something waiting for me, but there's no light at the end of this tunnel. Now I'm broke and hungry. I probably won't even be able to afford internet access soon. Every time I pour my heart out about this, all I get is, you okay, bro? No, I'm not okay. I no longer have the strength to dig myself out of this. Are he and Shu still together? Nope. But, yeah, I don't know. I hear, so like, I'm hearing that like Sneeko is developing an understanding of this, or he understands this, that like Trump needs to adapt and change his message. And Flint is like, no, in 2016, he did this. And it's like, bro, cool. What year is it now though? It's not 2016 anymore, my dog.
Much money or the dynastic effect. He beat them all. Like he single-handedly consolidated the party and became the most popular Republican literally ever in the history of America, statistically. And then, for the first time in 30 years as a Republican, he won Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So, because what you're saying is very conventional wisdom in the Republican Party. This was the idea in 2008. In 2008, it was McCain and Sarah Palin. And Sarah Palin, the Republicans hated because they said, she's crazy and she comes across like a total rube. But
wait, am I crazy? I thought Palin she became, I'm really biased with my parents. Didn't she become like relatively popular in the Republican Party? She was a nobody when McCain picked her. That was a weird fucking pick. But didn't people grow to like her because she like was more extreme than McCain or represented that? I wonder what Palin poll does. I'd have to find it. My family loved McCain, or not McCain. I'm sorry, they didn't like McCain. My family loved Palin, but my family are more on the extreme conservative side. Fuentes is literally doing the thing communists do where they say the party needs to move left to become really extreme to give... Oh, yeah. Everybody does this when they're on the extremes, right? Commies do this. We need to go more left. We need to go more left. And then he's doing this, the MAGA people. We need to go more right. We need to go more right. No. The voters that Trump lost, not Trump, kind of Trump. The voters that the Republicans lost were independents. That's the problem, is the people in the middle. It's always a fight over the soul of the middle. That's why you don't hear us having conversations about like, what does the squad want? What does the squad want in the House of Representatives? Nobody cares what the squad wants. What we do care about are what Manchin and Sinema want, because they're the ones that are near the center. They're the ones that are the at-risk votes, right? Congressionally speaking, these are the ones that are most likely to lose their seats. It's not going to be people on the extreme right or people on the extreme left that are losing their seats to the other people to the other party. And it's because they represent the voters that are most likely to swap. So politics is always a fight for the center. Hillary Clinton identified that. She was correct. She didn't win that fight. And it still continues to be true to this day.
What? John McCain didn't turn conservatives out. Conservatives didn't show up for him in 2008, and he got killed. If anything, the only reason people did turn out was for Palin. The base of the Republican Party liked Palin. They hated McCain. But they lost because McCain was at the top of the ticket. In 12, Romney ran the same way, and Romney ran saying, I'm going to be like a moderate conservative. I'm not going to offend anybody. And guess what? They still demonized him because of ridiculous things. They asked him in a debate, they said, you know, what do you say about the fact that we want to have female representation in government? And he said, well, I did that as governor of Massachusetts. I said, bring me women applicants, and they brought me binders full of female applicants, binders full of women. Yeah. And for weeks, they were like, he said binders full of women. He thinks women are just pieces of paper. So even though he was like as uncontroversial, he's a Mormon, he drinks milk. He was as uncontroversial as it gets, and they still demonized him, and he lost too. Trump ran in 6.
Yeah, but he's coming off of, it's Obama, okay? People fucking loved Obama, all right? First black president, decently, you got the ACA passed. Like, of course, Obama is getting, like, huge turnouts, record turnouts for voters. I don't think it's fair to say that Republicans necessarily failed here. You're just up against, like, the first black president, right? Like, geez.
And every time that he said something controversial, like illegals are rapists or ban Muslims or whatever, he just kept going up. And the point is, it doesn't mean controversial equals effective, because that's not true. It means that you have to play a game that is not rigged. And political correctness, the sort of play it safe, play it smart, all of those conventional standards are designed so that people can't win. It's designed so that if you play into them, you don't say anything that challenges the status quo. If you don't color in the lines, then you are...
And again, I'm going to keep going back to that email until some other PhD history guy emails me and says that other guy was wrong. And again, this is just the natural cycle of populists. You come out, you shit on the system, you talk about how horrible the establishment is, and you're going to come as a populist and you're going to do it better. And every single time populist leaders come into power, nothing changes. They suck shit. They don't know how to work the system. They don't know how to do anything effectively. They're garbage leaders. They surround themselves with bad people. Look at all the ex-Bernie campaign members that are now fucking lunatics. And look at all of the ex-Trump cabinet members who are either fucking in prison or have turned their backs on Trump. Like, it's just not an effective way to govern. Coming in and shitting on the system relentlessly with no ways to fix or reform or to work within the system are, spoiler alert, a horrible fucking way to lead a country or anything.
Deemed a racist, anti-Semite. So trying to play it safe is a losing game. If you play it safe effectively, you're not changing anything. If you don't play it safe or you're not effective, then you get all the so-called baggage anyway. And so Trump realized that. He cut through that in 2016. He spoke directly to the people.
What other Bernie Sanders went crazy? That was just Brianna Joy Gray and Warren Gunnels. There were like two more listed in that Reddit post. One was like a journalist with like a really bad reputation, or I think was literally blacklisted from fucking Washington. There were two other people I think that were listed too, but
people through Twitter, and that was how he was able to not just win, consolidate the Republican Party like it never happened before, but also flip states that Republicans thought were gone. People said Pennsylvania was fool's gold. Every year they try to win Pennsylvania. Every year they had lost.
I also think, I said this at the time. You can find a lot of clips in the Senate. I think that Trump shouldn't get all of the credit for winning the election. I do believe that Hillary Clinton should get a lot of the credit for losing the election too, because god damn, she was like one of the most fucking hated people for Republicans. Like, Jesus Christ. I think I said this in the past that like Hillary was like one of the only people that I truly think could have lost to Trump. If the Democrats could have scrounged up a better candidate, I don't know if Trump would have been as effective, but
until Trump came and ran the entire table and created a new majority. And this is what people always do. A business will be really, really, really successful, and they'll say, how do we make more money? And they'll go, I know, let's sell everything and let's start something totally new and totally different. Sort of like Facebook. Facebook changed their name to Meta. They're like, we have a great business selling advertisements to boomers, to retard boomers. Let's change it up, and now let's make a metaverse. And it's like a horrible bet.
Oh, no. Oh, God, that business analysis is so wrong. The problem with Facebook The changing of their direction was a good idea, but Meta just might not have been the good change. The problem was that I think Facebook's user acquisition was either down or slipping into the negatives. They were losing users, and they needed a way to reinvigorate the platform or to go in a new direction. You can't usually just trudge forward with the same shit over and over and over again and be successful. Oftentimes, it does require you to change up or move in new directions. Facebook is probably correct in identifying that they need to do something new because people were like dumping off of Facebook. You can't just say that like, oh, like they just tried something new and that was bad. They should have just kept with the old shit, you know?
It's terrible, but it's a particular kind of fallacy that people make. This is what the GOP did. They won on Trumpism, and then they said, well, we did so good, I know, let's completely change the recipe. It's like New Coke. Coke and Pepsi were battling in the 80s and 90s. And Coke was at its pinnacle, kicking Pepsi's ass. And they said, I know, let's change the flavor. Let's completely change our flavor, and we'll call it New Coke. And people fucking hated it, and they quickly...
Wait, when did this happen? I don't even know, whatever.
A reverse course. And that's sort of what Trump is doing. This is like New Coke. It's like, hey, remember how everyone got excited and we won and it was totally awesome? Well, what if I was like Paul Ryan? What if I was like all those guys that lost? What if we changed all the fundamental attributes to try and gain a marginal little bit more?
Okay.
And like that's the kind of thinking strategically and particularly for this political context, which is completely flawed.
But it's a different method. You're talking about Romney and you're talking about McCain, people who weren't already the president. See, the thing is, Trump already has that controversial public appearance. Everybody thinks that he's a racist. The normies, I think that you're too far down this rabbit hole in what you believe in, and you're not thinking about how the average person perceives Trump right now or what the average American really wants to hear. So he already did that. He's already won. He's already been the president. Why would he be controversial again? Why would he try to alienate people when probably the biggest struggle that he had was getting the Republican Party to be on his side?
I can't actually believe, I can't believe it. So he goes 100% correct. That I don't know if he's been reading something or if he's like completely like stumbling into the absolute correct answer, but this is absolutely true. Trump had a huge fucking problem getting the Republican Party. He brought a lot of voters out, but he couldn't work with anybody in leadership. He was fucked. He had no good Does Trump have a single good relationship with any establishment figure in fucking Congress? Like, does McConnell even like Trump? It is such a huge problem that Trump needs to overcome. And Steve goes, right, Trump's already controversial. He's already said crazy shit. He's got those people on his side. He doesn't need to appeal to those people. He needs to get the moderates and the people in the center. He needs to get all the people because there are, believe it or not, I know that we hate Republicans here. Yeah, I hate Republicans. But, like, there are a lot of Republicans in the center that are looking at that January 6th shit and they're like, that's really fucking cringe, bro. That is ultra fucking cringe. And those are the Republicans that Trump has to recapture because there are a lot of people in the center right that get turned off by shit like that. Like even on the day of January 6th, was it Hannity or was it Trump Jr.? I don't remember. There were people tweeting at him or tweeting amongst each other. It was like, bro, Trump needs to fucking rein this shit in. This shit is a fucking disaster. It needs to stop. This is his tiki torch moment, okay? Take off the fucking hoods, learn how to dog whistle, and call your fucking bandits off, okay? Because you're destroying our fucking party. Like, that is absolutely correct. Trump needs to recapture these like center right Republicans.
Probably the biggest struggle that he had was getting the Republican Party to be on his side. Of course, he steamrolled everybody else. He steamrolled Rubio, everybody else running. Who else? All the other cookie cutter Republicans. But the hardest part was getting support from the Republican Party, which ultimately you need to be an effective president.
Yep.
You can't pass any laws and you're not going to be able to win the fights that you need to win if you don't have other politicians on your side.
Correct.
I think you were just expecting that high energy Trump. He was saying a lot of the same stuff that you agree with. He was talking about anti-immigration. He was talking about the economy. I guess you were saying that he was talking too much about the economy, but he also said that he wanted to kill drug dealers. Has Trump ever said that? Has he ever said that he was going to announce the death penalty for a drug dealer? It was pretty extreme in a lot of cases. Of course, he didn't go fully down the Trump angry rabbit hole, but you got to realize he is playing against that character that they painted of him, and you saw what the media did in the past 5 years, and it needs to be simplified. You were just expecting a really high energy, problematic, yelling about... talking about how...
Problematic. Uh-oh. That's a bot word.
What word?
It is a bot word. I can't believe Sneeko, that's part of his vocabulary. That's actually so funny. Now Nick is the one getting triggered.
Problematic?
Yeah, that was a bot word, but that's what they think. That's what. See, you're not thinking like a bot. That's how you need to think somewhat like a bot in order to get votes.
True.
You're eating the steak, bro. You're eating the steak right now. You know what that is?
What is that?
You know, in the Matrix, the guy that betrays Neo, who takes the red pill.
Yeah.
You know, and
Cypher.
he goes, it's a holographic steak, but it still tastes fucking good. We have to think into the future. We got to be Ye-like. We got to be like Ye. We got to be like Michael.
Yeah,
we
but
gotta
look
be
at
like
where's
Trump.
Ye
We got to
at
be
now?
like Alex Jones.
Okay.
We can't be bots.
I see what you're saying, and that was a bot word, and I am ashamed of myself for using that. But honest question, Nick, what would happen? See, now you're saying you don't even want to vote for Trump. That your chat's saying that you should take off the hat. You don't even want to vote anymore. What would happen if you ran right now?
Well, I can't run. I'm not 35.
Answer the question.
In a hypothetical, where if say you are 35 and say you run based on what you talk about, you talk about race realism, you talk about anti-immigration, you talk about Christian, you go fully down, you talk about globalism, you talk about Israel, you talk about China, and you offend everybody, you don't give a fuck. What's gonna happen?
No. Talking about me running. I'm talking about Trump running. I'm talking about a proven, because I'm not running for president. If I were running for president, I would not do things exactly like I'm doing them now. But Trump is, and Trump did before. And him becoming president didn't change anything about that fundamental equation. And here's, I think, maybe your issue is Trump won, and that was a decisive victory in the consciousness, because they said he can't win. He's got a 3% chance. It's not. You remember that compilation when they said, you know, Joy Reid, he can never win. He's a Huffington Post. He's got 3% chance. So it was a decisive victory. It said, look, they don't control our minds. They don't control the narrative.
HuffPo, I
what
think,
he
said
should have
1%
done,
chance.
as opposed to what you're saying is retreat to the middle and sort of moderate to get more, is he should have pushed further. He should have pushed further and said, you know, look, I ran in 2016, I served 4 years, and look at what they did to me. They just rigged it, which they did. I mean, they rigged the vote, they rigged the media, they rigged everything. And he should have said, instead of saying, we got to make it like it was 2 years ago, he should have said, look, we still have so much more farther to go. I ran and I won, and that's a
I might be wrong. I'm reaching into like our cultural, our social cultural archetypes here. When it comes to like watching movies or hearing stories, I feel like this sounds like a loser line. Like, they rigged it, they rigged it, they rigged it. Like, if you truly believe that you've got like this mandate from God or from the public or whatever, right? Has anybody seen this movie? Like, I think I actually haven't seen this movie. I don't even know why I'm familiar with these. I don't know why I'm familiar with these clips. I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck this movie is about. But Kurt Russell's character, before he comes out here to fight this, is it the king? I don't know who the fuck this guy is. But before he does it, he gets stabbed so that this guy's like a higher chance of beating him, right? But it feels like in the Republican world, for some of these Trump worshipers, like imagine if Kurt Russell's character came out and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, not Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell is the Metal Gear Solid inspiration. Russell Crowe. Before Russell Crowe comes out, he gets stabbed. Imagine if he comes out in the middle of the arena and he's like, I got stabbed, it's rigged, it's rigged, it's rigged. And then he just cries about that for like the remaining 10 minutes of the movie. And then maybe they even find out about it, like, oh, wow, it was rigged, like, he auto-wins, right? That's usually not, like, the heroic archetype we're looking for. Usually we're looking for somebody that can overcome shitty situations or overcome even rigged situations and come out of them still successful. Like, I feel like a more inspiring message for Trump was like, hey, be vigilant, watch the polls, we're going to do all we can to make sure everybody's held accountable, and we're going to win no matter what. I feel like that's a better message than this like crying and crying and crying over and over and over again. Just from backing up from like a cultural like archetype point of view. I don't know, this, I'm never going to stop harping on this. I just feel like it's so fucking cringe to hear Trump like crying so much about the election shit. Like, bro, if you're the hero of the Republican Party, like, be vigilant and overcome. Like, don't cry so much about 2020. Like, you look so bad. You look like a fucking loser. Even if it is rigged, you look like a loser. Rise and overcome.
great thing that the democracy triumphed, but then powerful forces arrayed against me consolidated to repel our incursion, to repel our attack. Now we need to go back in with 50,000 personnel into the White House, and we need to change the deep state forever. We need to fire everybody in the White House, bring back everybody from the embassies and the diplomatic mission. We need a completely clean house. You got to build on your momentum
He
as
said
opposed
a lot
to
of that
this
stuff. He was just more simplified. He was talking about the deep state. He was talking about the globalists. He was talking about the corrupt politicians. He just didn't say it as fiery as he did before. He got older.
Well, I agree with you. He got older.
Okay, that's got to be ripped for me. He got older. Well, let's chill. He went from like 74 to 78 or whatever, right? Like, I don't know, like at 70 plus years old, you're probably pretty developed, but
I was not expecting a lot, but I was.
Wait, Destiny, you're a somewhat sane individual. You're analyzing this from a rational viewpoint. People who cry foul about election and cheating really believe that it happened. In their mind, it's you who is insane and doesn't get it. No. I'm analyzing it from their point of view. Republicans might not realize it, but I'm willing to bet that deep down, if you were able to do some like sentiment analysis or like emotional underpinnings of like people like in their feelings, I think that people were hyped for Trump in 2016 because he felt like the system was broken. A lot of people were unhappy, and he wanted to fucking plow a path forward. He wanted to do a 90-degree shoot-off from where politics was heading and plow his own path. Make America great again. Make America. We're going to do new shit. We're going to close. We're going to lock Hillary up. We're going to fucking lock down the border. It was all these new ideas. It was very forward-thinking. All of Trump's shit from his campaigning in 2016 was all forward thinking. And I think that was an energetic move for a lot of new Republicans, for a lot of young people that were following Trump. It's like, holy shit, this is some new shit. He wants to like plow this totally fresh path. He wants to break through these walls. He wants to do shit. That's cool. And that's energizing. It's invigorating. You feel cool. Make America great again. Hell yeah, let's do it. But now every time it's like, and then they rigged the vote. And they did us dirty at the ballot box, and they rigged it. And it's like, yeah, you got like conspiracy shit. It's like, okay, yeah, cool, I guess they did. But I don't think that gives you the same energy. It doesn't feel as like perspective. It doesn't feel as forward looking. You might still kind of like him, and you'll vote for him even maybe. But I don't think the same energy is there. It doesn't feel like it. But I could be wrong.
I was expecting more than this.
Why were you so disappointed? You are way more. I was fired up. I was really happy. My chat was excited too. I think he touched on a lot of great points. And think about it this, like if he doesn't win, do you think Biden even stands a chance?
I don't know, but at that point I wouldn't care. I mean, because if we get DeSantis, it's going to be the same. I mean, Biden's not really running anything in the same way that DeSantis really wouldn't be running anything. Or Newsom or whoever would win.
You think DeSantis is actually going to run, or you don't think he's happy as the governor?
I think it's more likely he'll run now, yeah.
Sure.
After Tuesday. Because he won Florida by 20 points,
yeah,
which is crazy. But that's because they fixed the election. To his credit, DeSantis fixed the elections in 2021.
No, it's because DeSantis has been a loud and effective leader in Florida. I think I have never, somebody correct me wrong, I mean, obviously I disagree with all of his policies, but has DeSantis done anything where his Sorry, I don't know what just happened to my shit. Yeah, I feel like DeSantis is like if you're like a Florida Republican, like what is there like? I mean, I think his favorability is just very, 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 very high, and it seems like he's done a good job for the Republican Party. So.
And which is crazy because it's like, okay, Arizona's a purple state, and Blake Masters lost by 6%, and Kari Lake lost by a few percent. Florida, which has always been a purple state, went 20 points, not just for DeSantis, but also Rubio for both statewide offices, and Miami flipped. So on what planet does Florida go red by 20 points and Miami-Dade is red, but Arizona is blue, and Georgia and Pennsylvania? That's insane. The difference is that in Florida in 21, they passed a bill that said, look, we're not automatically sending out.
Oh, this is cope. Oh my God, this is such cope. Fuentes' political chops are destroyed if he thinks the only reason DeSantis won is because they got rid of fraudulent votes. What an unimaginably naive view. This guy is literally one of the most popular governors in like fucking US history. And you're gonna claim that it's because he changed vote rigging? What a stupid and fucking naive analysis of DeSantis.
Absentee ballots to everybody. We're not going to open up drop boxes in the middle of nowhere and let people drop off ballots all throughout the night for a month. And we're not going to let people walk around with 200 absentee ballots on behalf of other voters in the back of their car. You know, so they basically reversed everything that happened in 2020 with regards to how COVID and how representatives changed the election laws because of COVID. And as a result, Republican landslide. And it wasn't just DeSantis, because Rubio got the same numbers. Everyone says, oh, it's DeSantis. Well, Rubio's shit, and he won by 17.
Yeah, but how much of that is like down ballot voting and shit, right? How much is it, like, we know that down ballot voting is a big thing, probably especially if your governor is incredibly popular, right? Like,
points, you know, so go figure.
So he's copying the same method that got them all those points. DeSantis is a moderate Republican. DeSantis is all about signing laws. He's not a controversial person. He's not in the media picking fights. He's not yelling out insults.
True.
He's not saying things that people are going to construe as racist. He's just somebody that people can look up to. He's not problematic. He's not, that's what the word is. He's not problematic. He's a likable guy. And Trump is trying to adopt the same method, especially after being labeled as a crazy conservative. I genuinely think, and I want to hear what you think about this, I genuinely think he's saying the same things that you want to hear, but he just did not say it with as much energy.
Well, and here's what I'll say about that. I know what you're saying, and I don't entirely disagree with that, because there were a lot of things in there that he said. But it's very important, not just what you say, but what you don't say. Because as far as policy, it's not very, because when you think about it, Trump was not really on board with us in 2016, you know, like Trump.
Why is DeSantis so popular? All I've seen of him is culture war nonsense. Why didn't that resonate elsewhere? I think some culture war stuff is people like, but like he also was effective in actually doing something about culture war stuff too, right? Like he got that Don't Say Gay bill passed. He changed recommendations about medications for trans people from the state. Was it the Medicare or Medicaid board or whatever? But also, I think, weren't a lot of Republicans in Florida really happy about the state of lockdowns as well? Like, didn't he do, I'm saying a good job from the Republican perspective of like keeping Florida like relatively open while the rest of the country, Floridians saw the rest of the country basically like sheltered inside their homes, not being able to leave. And then in Florida, you've got like all these people partying at the fucking beach. Even fucking Chris Christie was like out at the beach having fun and partying with people while he was saying that people shouldn't be doing it. So no, I think that DeSantis from a Republican perspective has just done, he's just been a really effective Republican leader. He's done a really good job at getting his, the state assembly to do shit, his policies around COVID, his culture war stuff. He's just. The COVID shit skyrocketed him. Yeah, that's not surprising.
Never said he was against legal immigration, ever. He said, we're going to build a wall and put a big, beautiful door in the wall and people can come in legally. You know, so Trump wasn't even against legal immigration in 2016. And
Trump literally coming into the 2016 election said that he wanted to ban immigration from all Muslim majority countries. These were statements that were literally on Trump's fucking website, okay? But, okay.
Trump was very heavy on the economy and trade in 2016 as well. So the substance wasn't totally different. My problem is not so much what was said, but what was left out. And
what was left out? January 6th and the election fraud?
Well, election fraud, the 6th, and even in terms of time, he talked about the DOJ and the FBI, but it paled in comparison to how much he talked about Ukraine or how much he talked about Biden being a retard or how much he talked about how we're going to deregulate and make ourselves energy independent. And these kinds of things matter because it's a president can only do so much, and the focus matters tremendously. The bureaucracy is like an aircraft carrier. You can only change it by very slight degrees. And most things in the executive branch are determined at the very lowest levels by bureaucrats. the things that the president accomplishes are his big initiatives that he wakes up every day and pushes his cabinet members and his guys every day. And so if that's not a big part of the speech, if that's not a big part of the platform, it simply will not be done in the administration. So there was no big picture, there was no big vision, there was no big push for the kind of anti-corruption measures you would need to see to change the country. If he just gets in there and cuts the taxes, deregulates, it's going to be deja vu all over again. He'll be in there for 4 years. Economy will be good. That's great. Energy independent, great. Rebuild the military, great. But then it's going to be impossible for Republicans to win ever again. Democrats get back in 28. The cycle continues. So it's got to be a truly revolutionary change that occurs in this election, or else I don't think it's.
But
ever going to happen.
who's going to be that revolutionary? Is it even possible
I don't
to?
know.
See, that's why you have a defeatist attitude, and you should just accept what you got in front of you. Trump will win. I think this method is going to make him win. Calling Biden a sleepy idiot, saying that he's low energy, and talking about immigration and talking about the economy, how making money for a lot of people, not coming off as racist, not coming off as a crazy, loud Hitler comparison guy.
Yep.
If he comes in more moderate and he sticks to what is working, which is money, closing the borders, talking about fentanyl, then he will win. But that guy that you really expect to go and shake the room was Trump in 2016, and you saw what happened. They impeached him. You saw what happened to you as a result. Maybe you just have to accept the fact that it's not that possible to really shake it up, because if anybody was going to do it, it would have been Trump in 16.
True.
So you need to lower your expectations and be happy that he's probably going to win. I'm not even sure if DeSantis will run, and Biden will not win. Biden's not going to get reelected if with debating Trump. It's just not going to happen. So compromise a little bit. Maybe all the expectations you have, they're not realistic right now.
What you're saying is, I know my chat is going to disagree with you a lot, and I also disagree with you, but what you're saying is actually very insightful. This is something that Curtis Yarvin talks a lot about, who I don't particularly like him specifically, but he calls this the clear pill. And what you're saying is a lot more insightful than maybe how it comes across. Because there's a difference between saying, like, oh, Trump is problematic, and saying, well, we have to resign ourselves to the fact that power is very powerful. The entrenched interests in America are very powerful, and there just isn't, maybe radical change isn't on the menu right now, and it may not be for a long time. And I actually don't think that's actually a terrible opinion. I think you may be right about that. And here's what I'll say. Here's where I would kind of meet you in the middle. I'll say that I'm going to watch the race, because I think you're right. Trump is still the change agent. He is still the guy who can deliver the most change to Washington out of anybody. If I was going to vote for anybody, it'd be Trump. And if Trump went against a Democrat, I'd vote for him. And you know what? I think more likely than not, I'll probably be supporting him in a...
Do you hate Nick Fuentes? Do you want to make a difference in your country? Do you want to hang out and see me in real life? We're going to be doing Georgia canvassing. Go sign up for the form if you want to come down and do it. I think I'm paying for your hotel room if you come. There you go. Fantabulous.
A year, and in a year, the primary won't even have started. The primaries start in February 24. So in a year from now, it's November 23. Probably within a year's time, I imagine it's likely I'll be supporting him for the reason you just laid out. What I would like, though, is for him to push the envelope, because I think that there's a real historic opportunity. I think the ingredients are there. I think a window is open where more can be done than normally. And I think that if anyone could do it, it's Trump. And I feel like I'm asking for more. I'm asking for a little bit more. I think he can deliver it. And that's really what it is. Because you're right. If Trump gets in, there's still going to be opportunities for change. It just won't be as radical as I think is necessary, or how much is possible, or how much we want.
You got to. That's what I'm saying. You got to be that guy, and I'm willing to be your PR agent up until then, however long it takes, because you just don't reach the normies, man. I'm telling you this as somebody who understands what you're saying, and I agree with a lot of what you talk about, but you alienate so many people by going, you need to have some clear pill with the red pill. You got to wrap more layers of ham around the pill before you feed it to the public. And right now, that pill looks disgusting. It's covered in all this gunk and mud, and it's old and it's expired, and nobody wants to eat it. You got to put it in a piece of cake. And you could be that person, Nick. I really believe in that. I believe in what you're talking about. I believe you love the country. I believe Trump loves the country too. But there's a lot of compromises that need to be made, and you cannot be extremely radical. And somebody in my chat said that there were a lot of fence sitters in 2016, and they didn't vote for him because they didn't agree with this rhetoric. And so he needs a reason to get those fence sitters and the people who thought he was a racist or thought he was too stupid, or they took a lot of quotes on a lot of people who, these regular people who like live in the suburbs and have a normal life, they would never vote for Trump because he's way too wild and crazy. He needs to tap into that audience. You gotta lap more layers of ham around your pill.
Well, let me play devil's advocate. Let me know what you think about this, because this is sort of what guides my philosophy. We live in a democracy, we operate in a democracy, and we also operate in a capitalist system. And what that means is that we think in terms of mass consumption. We think about an election, we think about retail politics. We think about power, we think about elections. We think about elections, we think about average. We think about an ignorant voter, a low information voter. We think about what is going to appeal to a general massive audience, meaning millions, hundreds of millions of people, and the lowest common denominator. We also think in those terms because of capitalism. We think about what's marketable and how people are voting in a sense with their money, how they make their purchases and how they're influenced by media or advertising. Things have to be inoffensive to appeal to the most people, to sell the most, get the most votes. But because I'm a reactionary, my view on it is a little bit different. And what I think is that you're right that elections are won by majorities and companies are made by volume and volume of sales. But I think that revolutions and revolutionary change and excellence and visions come to excellent people, come to the top 20% of people. And so my message is not for the 70% and the bottom 10%. It's for the top 20%. It's for people like you who get it. It's for people, because I actually think you're a bright guy. I know we don't agree on everything. I hate that you talk to Destiny and you don't agree with him, and his followers go, Stigo's an idiot. You don't agree with them for 10 seconds and they say, you're a fucking dumb shit.
It is what it is.
And it's like, and you disagree with me. I actually think you're a very insightful person. And the things you're saying, our conversations have been raging in politics for 20 years. My mentality on it is I'm trying to reach a small cult-like following of very exceptional people who are vigorous and energetic, and maybe not 100 million people, but maybe 10,000 people who are going to go out into the world in different areas, whether it's people like you or people in finance, people in government or wherever, and they are going to deliver the revolution because they're making decisions. Your average person may have a vote, and there may be 100 of them with votes, but that's all they have is their vote. And then they go and they do what someone else tells them for work, and they do what someone else tells them somewhere else. Who tells them what to do? Bosses, people on TV, people in media, people in government. So I'm trying to reach the bosses. I'm not trying to reach the followers. I'm trying to reach the leaders. And maybe I won't be the leader. Maybe I will be.
There you go. So does you saying that, do you see why you are being too reactionary by getting that disappointed and saying that you're not going to vote for Trump and really denouncing the whole thing in general? If you admit that your ideologies are only for a specific demographic of people, then you need to realize what Trump is doing with that announcement speech. It's a different method. It's not a cozy TV stream. It's talking to the American people with something like 400,000 live people on Rumble.
Trump was doing something similar in 16 because the Trump victory in 16 wasn't delivered by the people. It was delivered by, well, it was delivered by him, and it was delivered by people on Twitter who were interpreting his message and carrying his message, because there were people in 16 like you now who were saying Trump just lost. He said that, you can't say that. And then you had this class of people like Scott Adams or Cernovich or Posobiec or Bannon or Jones who came out and said, no, listen to what he's saying. It actually makes a lot of sense. Actually, this. Actually, if you look at it this way, he's right. The facts show that he's right, and so on. And so I think that it has this cascading effect. I think that's actually the only way, because if you don't have an inspiring message, look at who, it's like flies to shit. The people that are attracted to the current Trump are just grifters. The people that are surrounding Trump and that have buried Trump are grifters that just want to make money and want influence, want to work in the West Wing, instead of diehard loyalists who are going to kill, rape, and die and steal. Not literally, of course, I'm against those things. But, they're going to do whatever it takes to deliver a victory for him and for his ideas. And so that's why I think that you
Rape is crazy.
Do you think it's better generally to build things on Earth and then ship them up here? Or should I just be building them up here? So like for instance, for now I'm working on these second tier science packs. For this aeroframe pole, should I be building these on Earth and shipping them up here? Or should I be shipping the beryllium up here and then building them up here? They build in 1 second. I think I should just build them up here because I'm already shipping the beryllium plate up here anyway.
Nick, rape is a crazy level
Yeah.
of dedication to Trump.
Well, and the last point is this. You're right. You have to be strategic. No disagreements. You have to be strategic. You have to be tactical. You have to be tactful. The compromise I'll never make is I'll never lie. Because if you look at the Bible never says to lie. It says to be clever. It says to be cunning. You know, when Jesus talks to his disciples, he says, get a cloak and a sword and be as clever as, clever as serpents
You
and
can
as
use
innocent
productivity
as doves, or
modules on the
something
ground?
like that.
Oh, never mind. We do it on the ground then.
And so he says to be clever, and he says to be innocent. In other words, don't sin, be smart. But he doesn't say that you need to lie to be a part of God's plan, or kill, or be dishonest.
God's plan?
So that's the one thing that that's where I draw the line. Because you're right, strategic is one thing, but what I won't do is lie by omission. But you know, there's a way that you can do it.
That's why you need a PRA.
Check out some other playthroughs of this mod pack. How hard is it to beat space exploration?
The final electric mining drill. Copper to the forges. I suddenly realized I screwed up the spacing. It's an attention. But we can't research it yet. Not without space science. And that's the reason we're up here, as it always is, to make... So you may have noticed that this base, what's the word? Oh yeah, sucks. Water. Make sure you have fuel in your inventory. One thing we could possibly build is concrete. Everyone knows it's not a real base unless it's got concrete. Here's the boring stuff like multi-cylinder engines and small electric motors. Theoretically, we can make rocket fuel from vulcanite, so even though the planet doesn't have any crude oil or water, we'll still be able to fuel our rockets. Also, to do that, we need to remove pretty much every man-made object on the planet first. Using the fuel from the janky Pyroflux build, we'll be able to bring back the mountain of rather expensive supplies we used to build the wall. But after that, we need to explode everything we're not taking with us. And the biters decided to help us out by detonating our nuclear power plant. They didn't survive. Blowing everything up while also leaving is a bit of a tall order since you need the silo to be intact, but thankfully we have artillery. But if we're using artillery to kill everything, who's gonna blow up the blower-upper? Our friends, of course. They're only a little mad.
Wait, why is he blowing
They
everything
decide
up?
to ignore the chests, but this is why I made the backup gun. I don't think he's gonna make it. Sucks, but if you're already mass-producing vulcanite, it's just the easiest way to get rocket. We've got our box of safety. Time to start blasting.
Jesus. Wait, what is the range of artillery? Why is artillery good? It just seems so annoying.
They might be, a little mad.
This range is larger when you use the remote? Oh, fuck, dude, I don't have time
We're
to
not even close to clearing this place out.
manually do all that bullshit.
Since there's enough supply, but of all the...
Wait, this
for our
guy isn't even
supply
close
rocket,
to
we can
beating.
copy the design straight from Marielle.
Wait, how is this guy doing his rockets? Hold on.
Go.
I need this mod
For once, we have a landing pad. I need power, but not like that much power. Unfortunately, I don't have a 2x2 blueprint on me, so I gotta build it. It's very
Damn, this guy
ugly,
just
but,
manually
to say
builds
it's
his
a
nuclear
character.
setup from memory? Fuck me.
You know how you always forget something going to other planets? Well, I forgot more rails. Oil or an abundance of coal. We don't have pyroflux either. Stone to mine.
Where does he show? I'm curious how he
Now we
automates
use
his
the
rockets.
pulp
Where? In what
here,
part of this video
so
does he say
the
that?
starts. Access to my supply lines up there. But anyway, let's finally get up there. And for including signals from any little access to my supply lines up. Request to the amount we sent in the constant.
Okay, hold on.
Space exploration. Perhaps the most infamous Factorio mod, where runs can take anywhere between 200 and 500 hours. It's
I'm
not
pretty
the
sure I'm
hardest Factorio
even
mod.
longer than
crown
that.
still
I'm at
goes to
350.
Dawns, but that doesn't mean it should be taken lightly. The percentage of people who start space exploration runs and actually finish them has to be in the decimals.
Oh, wait.
The glow.
No, wait, where
is-
were we? He was about to
just
explain
imagine
his rockets.
quest ability with I'll say. Been wired up, not gonna bother asteroid belt catch eye. So let's set our destination to Nauvis orbit.
Wait, he's literally making a spaceship before this kind of ship?
We appear to be in spacier space.
Wait, how does he have this unlocked? Is this an older version of space exploration? I'm so confused.
Well, it works. Except now we're being assaulted by rocks.
He found a wreck?
Those
You
three
can find that
solar
ship in an
panels just
asteroid
can't
belt?
keep up.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
We
Go to
try
asteroid
using our
belt 1.
personal lasers and shooting them, but it's not very effective. I don't think this thing is space-worthy. We'll need to do it. And now Cryonite has arrived.
Oh my god, this looks like a nightmare
This
setup.
base looks a lot better. C modules are already in formats broken. First things, I'll in, you'll know I'm going out. Item. Here's the values from our space base. Is still positive. Hunt as a positive combinator with a rocket.
Okay.
The signal transmitter. And using this, we can keep our surface base constantly informed about everything we've got up here in orbit. But we can do better than that. We can create a system where we set certain levels of whatever items we want up here so that they're automatically added to the rocket down on Nauvis. And to do that is relatively simple. By reading all of the items with a circuit and multiplying it by -1, we can then add that to a constant combinator. The constant combinator simply contains the amount of any item we want as a positive value, and when that's added to the actual amount, if the number is still positive, that means we have a deficit of that item. Here's the values from our space base, except down on Nauvis. The items we're missing being positive is important, because then I can plug those values into this requester warehouse and set the mode of operation to set requests.
Wait, hello? Wait, who just joined and left? Where's my logs of this? RTBA, cake. What do I click to see who just joined and left the room? Oh, the Fenty person. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, I think she didn't know she asked for permission earlier.
Suddenly, those positive values are turned into requests that our logistics bots will take care of automatically.
Oh, no. This might be a way better way of requesting things. I'm deep in some Factorio theory right now. What do you want?
Oh, Chow, is it not a good time? Do you want to Factorium for 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, give me like 2 minutes, okay?
You're good. Let me know.
Okay. Hold on.
Only
Hi,
those
buddy.
positive warehouse, and set being positive is important, because then I can plug those values into this requester warehouse and set the mode of operation to set requests. Suddenly, those positive...
How do you set the mode of operations to set to what? What does that mean? Like, how do I change my logistics requests? Just connect a circuit network. Hold on. Connect a circuit and you get a pop-up. I sent you this 18 days ago. Okay. Wow, I feel like I understand everything that's going on, but these are so fucking hard to read. Okay, combine the two signals. Just connect them. You now have a signal that tells you how much is missing from your chest in orbit. I understand that. You now put the inserters on your home planet to activate when your item is greater than 0. If the power goes out anywhere, the signal will be 0, which won't activate the inserters. Put down a constant combinator of the amount you want. Invert all signals from your warehouses in orbit. This, you're not even answering my question. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's connect this to this. What happens? Mode of operations sets the logistic request of the chest based on signals. Oh. What are the signals? So it sets a request based on what? On a signal? So if the signal says 55K 55K military science. Will it request 55K military science? Like, what is it requesting? No. Oh, yes, it is. It requests items with a positive value. Interesting. Oh. It requests items with a positive value. Logistics signal in, contents of everything on hand, cost to build a start trying. Clean up input. Bro, I don't know if I'm just retarded or I can't read these at all. Or not retarded, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. I need to think if I want to redo the whole way that I do requests. So the request would be, I would have a box on my home planet that is requesting everything with a positive value. All of my boxes up in orbit would be transmitting a signal for what they have in them. When there's a deficit, it goes into the box. I probably need my launch pad wired up to it as well, so that I'm not like just dumping infinite resources in. My method uses a lot of belts, so it's not as... I think my method is okay. I think my method is fine. I think. I'm trying to think if there's like a big advantage to doing it this way. You have space transmitting like your next science? Yeah, but I'm gonna have other planets too. I'm just not sure if, I don't know if this is, if I prefer this to the way that I'm currently doing it. If you have more items and paths to the launch pad, you need requester chests? I just make a second rocket, Rodney's. That's what I did on my planet.
The values are turned into requests that our logistics bots will take care of automatically.
And then it's loaded automatically from
As they're loaded into the rocket, you can see the filters go down because we factor in the rocket's inventory as well.
That's wired as
Once
well.
this box has no more requests, we'll know that the rocket's inventory plus the supplies in space is greater than or equal to the amount we sent in the constant combinator. And that is an automatically replenishing supply rocket. Space exploration. If you don't know circuits going in, you'll know them going out. And if I want something else up here, I simply add it to the combinator. We need more power, so here's more solar. Did I mention we need a lot of oil? Well, we need a lot of oil. Oh yeah, rockets will just crash on their own sometimes. You just gotta live with it. Previously, on space exploration, aren't used for anything. Also here I can siphon off some of the rocket fuel from the nearby sulfur rocket. We still need to get rid of the scrap though. And in case you've forgotten, this is still very much a put anything where it fits kind of base. From scrap, there's a chance to reclaim some iron, copper, or stone. And to deal with that, we'll just put it on trans and treat it like any other mine. Alright, back to space. We're gonna need some more cosmic water, so I brought a bunch of ice water from the nearby asteroid. And the bots handle bringing over barrels of lubricant. With the cosmic water, we can start polishing the rough data substrate. We've done this before, but not seriously. So I all in barrels. Once we polish the substrate, we can turn them into data cards using copper and advanced circuits. A simple rocket that sends it back to Navis. Fortunately, flying down from orbit takes about 1/10 as much fuel as it does to get up here. Now we've actually started to accumulate some scrap, so now we have a second, which is good because we need a lot. This design is a little, pointlessly complicated. But we turn them on and the telescopes start observing.
Oh, he does 8 for each. That's good. I didn't underproduce that.
It takes me literal hours to realize that one telescope doesn't have a recipe set. But now we make data cards. All we gotta do is combine these observation frames with blank data cards and this or some scrap. That's activator. That's 3. This also takes cold thermofluid. Else we get just because significant site, which
wait, was he using bots for this? Oh, he is using.
With all 4.
He must be using a lot of bots.
But just because insight for every and the how so apart we have labs, the card using it. There is absolutely gonna turn all of the place into science because I'll need some.
Oh,
later.
he uses so many
But
bots.
basically, we're at an impasse.
Oh my
we
god.
can't do any more research until we have some new resources. So heavy oil to stacks to 20. The one downside of this process is that it makes stone as a byproduct, but we're just gonna turn that into landfill, shove it in a box, and forget about it.
True. Base.
Honestly,
That's
when I'm
good.
all done with this series, I might make a retrospective video on the whole mod, so I'll save most of my thoughts until then, but let me just say, I'm not really a big fan of every single one of these recipe chains giving you random stone as a byproduct. Also, I forgot to set the filters. There we go. So, what's next in our quest for holmium? Well, this one. Whole base.
This guy loves trains.
Okay,
This is why you guys say to
we
use
need
trains?
do
Is it because
set
of
up
this
the
guy?
Cargo supply rocket. We set it to V for Verbty. Splendid. Returning to orbit with as much holmium as we could ever want, we can now make
Holmium?
but I thought the inserter to bring out the automatic cargo requester. For the final step, we'll also need vulcanite. Just like the holmanite, we want to make liquid beryllium. As I can use. Let's watch the whole process. There they are, all ready to be blasted off. With iridium in hand, we can finally open the door to materials science. If we put up enough meteor defense installations, we could prevent it, but after spending 4 hours clearing out Wayland, I don't think I'm up for another one. What I'm saying is, I actually need to bother building defenses this time. I don't need too much space though, so just this little box will do. Now that we're mostly done with the planets, it's time to address a pretty major problem that's been brewing over the last 50 hours we've been busy. We've almost completely depleted all of the stone inside of our walls. Unlike copper and iron, which are practically infinite thanks to Taurus, we still source all of our stone locally. No stone means no circuits or low-density structures, and that means no cargo rockets. This,
What is he shooting here? Is this like artillery, like nuclear artillery, or?
is a perfect task for someone else, while I do more important things, like setting up Vitamelange. I put down a landing pad below our erudite on the main bus.
Weapons delivery
So
system.
this whole time
I
I've
just
been
unlocked
thinking
that.
about how I could
Oh.
improve my space base. Obviously, I can't keep using that spaghetti abomination into the late game. Just making Energy Science 2 is already pushing it to its limits. But playing around with these trains gave me an epiphany. And that starts with Materials Science 2. But you've already seen me do this multiple times. 4 data cards, catalog, science, yada yada. Except this one is special because one of the cards takes a frickin' train and makes 1.5k scrap. Whatever, there's the science.
Wait, holy shit, he's on tier 2. This is the tier 2, hold on.
Around here is a little awkward, but it's legitimately the only place funny.
I missed that part.
Now, since I don't want any biter meteors falling inside of my walls, I'm going a little overkill with my meteor defense. That other rocket is for Vitamelange core fragments. We'll need them later. The auto-targeting is very dumb. But expensive. This is what it takes to launch a single pile driver, and I checked, I launched about 1,300 of these. After letting it run for a few hours, it's cleared out most everything, but there's still a few camps of annoying stragglers left behind. All the nests are dead, but it still won't let me confirm extinction because there's still a few behemoth biters wandering around. After this, I just let it run for another hour, expecting it to be done when I got back, but still. There can't be
So
that
annoying.
many of them left, and even behemoth biters can't take more than 2 of these to the face. So what gives? Well, eventually I saw it. The auto-targeting is very dumb. Basically, it's a complete crapshoot if the biter will walk out of the way before it lands. And the high HP regen of behemoths does not help. I guess that means you actually gotta use something that one-shots them. Except this one still survived. At least if they're all auto-firing here, it means it's the last one. Finally, it dies after my superior brain manually targets it. But the moment of truth? Finally. That was so much effort. The main
Damn.
advantage of this is that we can trim the surface and the biters won't respawn. We're expecting it to be done when I won't lie to you though, doing it like this is extremely expensive. This is what it takes to launch a single pile driver, and
Weapon delivery capsule, iridium pile driver.
I checked, I launched about 1,300 of these. Sit back and relax. With this, we can quite literally nuke things from orbit. Plated scaffolding and
This should be how I clear planets. Oh, this is what I need to do on... I think I just unlocked this tech. So he's using, it's these weapons delivery cannon. That's what he's shooting with. I've been spamming this exact shit to Destiny for like a month now if I can kill myself. Yeah, you should, because I literally just unlocked this tech like yesterday.
better thruster suits. Finally, I'm not limited to this tiny grid if I want to be in space anymore. The plated scaffolding is great as well, because it makes us walk twice as fast as the crappy scaffolding. Really frickin' expensive to make, though. What I really want, though, is this. You've heard of delivery cannons, yes, but have you heard of weapons delivery
Let me hear him
cannons?
explain these, hold on.
Honestly, it's much less a delivery cannon and more just a cannon.
Yeah.
With this, we can quite literally nuke things from orbit. And I can think of no better use than deleting all life from that one pesky planet. Well, the basic pile driver definitely kills nests, but it's more like anywhere artillery. Let's try out a nuclear warhead. Not bad.
He had two other players on that server to help him build the boring thing so we can spend time building it. Is that true?
Should be able to clear out the entire planet from the comfort of our orbit. So that's exactly what I'll do. They also come with a manual targeting mode, so I can just sit back and relax as they rain death upon my enemies. This is what's best in life. Doing it manually is good too. I won't lie to you though, doing it like this is extremely expensive.
Jesus.
This is what it takes to launch a single pile driver, and I checked, I launched about 1,300 of these.
He states at the start of... Oh yeah, I wasn't accusing you of cheating, I was just curious. Can I use a weapons delivery cannon to launch things from my orbit here to other planets in the system? Because what I want to do is I want to clear this fucking garbage planet, Arcanus, because this planet is fucking me. There is so much alien life on this planet. Was he shooting a nuke with every single blast?
After letting it run for a few hours, it's cleared out most everything, but there's still a few camps of annoying stragglers
Also, how can he see the entire planet? Like, how can he see where there are stragglers at?
behind. All the nests are dead, but it still won't let me confirm extinction because there's still a few behemoth biters wandering around. After this, I just let it run for another hour, expecting it to be done when I got...
Okay, this is definitely my current project. Okay, that's what I'm going to be working on.
Burning the wood. There is a recipe that lets you make green circuits using wood instead of stone, so I make some of that and throw data. But this is where we want to drop off the sciences from the... I don't have them researched yet, but while I'm here, I might as well set up the bulkheads too. The thing this will let us research is this. After this, we'll be able to make our own spaceship.
Damn, he's still not done. 1 month ago? Has he beaten this mod yet? I imagine he has, right? If it was a month ago? Okay. Alright. We'll use these weapons delivery cannons. These are fucking awesome. He's giving updates community that he's close. Okay. Jesus. Okay, shit. Hold on. Because the Anasia tried to call me. I will call you right after this. Someone else tried to call too. I'm sorry, child.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Don't spam hummus, guys. I'm not dead.
Yeah, well,
I agree with your community that if I die, they will spam hummus. Sorry.
oh yeah, don't worry. No hummus
Yeah.
spam yet.
Oh, don't fuck it up. So yeah, it's been a day. Everyone messaged me from DDG. I'm not dead. I'm okay. The light can went out any moment. So if if it went out, then you know it's the electricity blackout again. Yeah. So you have been watching some pretty important stuff. I couldn't call me back. Was learning how to win a game.
It's not just a game. It's Factorio. Okay, chill.
The
All right.
game. Okay,
Okay.
the game.
Yeah.
Yes, very
An-
important.
An important game, yeah. Yeah, well, hey, what's up? What do you want to chat with us about today?
Well, mostly I wanted to pretty much tell everyone I'm not dead after yesterday's 100 missiles. Cool stuff was going on. And yeah, electricity is totally fucked in Ukraine, more than it was, so schedules don't work anymore. Pretty much 14 hours today have no light, and yesterday as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, sucks, I guess. And also this Polish thing was interesting. If you know what your opinion on that is, basically. So, I think, right, that the missile supposedly was like, and everyone was going on about World War III, like Article 5 shit. So I posted, I jumped the gun a little bit and I posted a tweet that said that basically Russian missile that was aiming for Western Ukraine, Lviv, hit the Polish, pretty much, near the border of Ukraine. So I was like 90% sure that this is what happened because they missed quite a lot. And oftentimes they miss their target by like 30, 40 kilometers. I don't know, it's like in your measurements how like far that is, but this like little village, little town that they hit is very close to the border, and they had 6 strikes on Lviv yesterday. So I was pretty sure that it just accidentally like passed their target. And yeah, so I posted this, and like a lot of vatniks and tankies like came for me saying that I'm like so it was a Ukraine conspiracy theory that we tried to start World War III, and turns out it apparently was our missile. At least that's what United States I think already stated, and I'm like there has been an investigation, which I'm totally cool with, and apparently it was our anti-air missile that tried to hit Russian one that was flying, and it kind of like malfunctioned, and it's hit Poland.
Yeah.
And 2 people died. So very kind of upsetting, obviously, that people died. And yeah, but I just don't understand why tankies all over the place are like celebrating and like dancing and saying that this is some kind of a huge whoopsie moment for Ukraine. And yeah, so it's very strange. I don't understand. In my opinion, it's still Russia's fault, obviously. They are like launching 100 rockets, 100 missiles at us yesterday. Of course, if you launch rockets so close to Poland, like Lviv is very close to Poland already, so it might end up somehow fucking up Poland and other neighboring countries as well. So we have like bits of missiles dropped in Moldova already. Nobody talked about that for some reason, maybe because nobody cares about Moldova. But it's not like it's entirely the first time. So yeah, I was not lying. I mistaken. I was like too fast with my judgment, and then when it came up, I take it back, I guess.
Sure.
It was not a Russian missile aiming for Lviv. It was apparently our anti-air missile that just malfunctioned. And, still the fact remains that you shouldn't be probably launching 100 missiles at a country and then people will not die,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, people are always going to be looking for any way to criticize the U.S. or the Ukrainian involvement here. So any mistakes are going to be like, very amplified, right?
Yeah. So basically, you are not blaming Ukraine for wanting to start a World War III. It's your take, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, kind of sucks that everything is just people just throw in our faces basically all the time. So Russia could do the most horrid shit on earth and they would be like, oh, okay, it's fine. They're protecting themselves. But then Ukraine literally protects itself from 1,000 missiles launched our way and we are somehow, like the baddie here. Just confusing to me. Yeah. But of course it's like very, very sad that those people, died. And, also that, and of course that people are saying like conspiracy theorists came out in both sides. So some people said that this was some great Russian Russian master plan to provoke NATO. Some said it was Ukraine's plans to provoke NATO for something. I think it's all just dumb basically because it was an accident either way. Because I just don't see why Russians would want to provoke NATO countries, but then they are already losing to us. Which is very ridiculous in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
I mean, if Russia
whatever.
had done it, it would have obviously been an accident. And if Ukraine had done it, it's obviously an accident, right? Yeah, I think any reasonable
That's
person
exactly
should have that.
what I said.
Yeah.
And people were like, why do you think it's obvious? Even guys from your community, they were blaming Russia basically, not Ukraine, but they were like, it's just I think you all need to escape the delusion that Russia is some mastermind strategist. I think they showed that they're mostly just fucking up all the way. So if you don't need to see malice when there is this straight up stupidity and their missiles have been it's known that they fuck up.
Sure.
They miss locations all the time, so why shouldn't they miss? And yesterday was the biggest attack since the invasion, even bigger than...
That's kind of spooky. Rip. Well. The speed of light was quicker than the speed of our internet going out.
Steven,
Hi.
how are you? Let's go. Okay. So,
Oh, wait.
are you
Hold on.
ready?
Fuck. Nope, I'm not yet. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'll call you back in a bit.
Oh.
Whoa, hello?
Hey, lights went out.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I noticed.
Can you
Yeah.
do something? Yeah, well, that was a long conversation.
Wait, how are you contacting me now if your lights are out?
I have a little bit of my mobile phone internet still. It will be here for 10 minutes maybe, and then it's all gone.
Okay.
So,
do you want to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any final? I don't want to use up all of your internet if you're for the mod.
I'm a bit pissed right now. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Thanks. Great convo. Fucking hell! I hate this. All of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically I also wanted to mope about a bit about my father's house burning up, but
Yeah, I think we saw the pictures that you posted on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I
shit.
went to the how do you say it in English? Basically to the person, notarius we call it. I don't know how to say it in English. It's like a person who does all those documentations when you inherit shit, like paperwork.
Yeah.
So we went to the guy and we was trying to establish to make us the inheritors of this pile of dust that my father's house is. and we did the paperwork. We like paid money for that, and now it's even a bigger pile of dust.
Yeah.
What on
yeah,
earth?
that sucks. Not cool. Not good. Were there any other? Was it just like you said? It was an electrical fire inside the house.
Yeah. Basically, there was like no one there, so nobody could do anything. And when the neighbors noted it, they called the services. But it was exactly the day yesterday when a total blackout was in Kharkiv. So basically, nobody came fast enough because you couldn't call anyone. Emergency services did not work. Like navigation did not work, mobile connection did not work, lights were off. You couldn't even like make a phone call.
Yeah.
So basically, they did not come fast enough.
Oh, actually, wait. Just a question. When all of like
Sorry?
when all the landlines, like the phones and stuff, are down, can you make cell phone calls, or are those usually down too?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Your thing just cut out when you answered me there. Well, hello.
There's a
Um. Oh, I wonder if she was getting throttled. Maybe that was the end of her internet. Jeez. Wait, why didn't we finish this video? It's got like 1.5 minutes left.
Because look at it, you alienate a lot of people because you don't know how to lie at all and you don't know how to speak bot language.
You can't lie. You can't lie.
It's not lying, it's just speaking a different language. You have no bot in you and you need to learn some bot. I'll teach you. I'll teach you some bot.
Well, I'll see you soon, right? Are you going to be in LA later this month?
LA? What's going on in LA?
For No Jumper?
Oh wait, you have to go in person for that?
Yeah, with well, I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, you know what I texted you about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess I can coordinate that. Damn.
Because you're right. I'm a little bit autistic. Okay. Yeah. Here's the thing. You're black. You're black. I don't know if you know, but you're black. You're hip. You're hip. You know, you're hanging.
I can get sturdy. I can dance and stuff like that. I can go yeah. I can do like gang signs and shit like that. I know bot. I know how to communicate with them. I can get. I have over 5 billion views on TikTok. You can speak faster. You know more about these issues, and you're more red pilled, and you will never get those types of views on TikTok because you don't speak bot. I know bots. I get them. Bro, let me be your PR agent. That's why I was great when we were on No Jumper and you're there talking about race realism with 3 black people and I'm there translating for you. It's a good dynamic, bro. But yeah, I'll talk to you when you move to Florida. I think we should do like maybe a once a week podcast or like a once a week.
I don't know why she's doing this, but I do know why. I actually understand this situation so well, but I can't say anything. Not just because not because I know private information, but just because of how fucked she is.
Make a left, Nas. Nas, make a left. Make a left right here. Make a left. Oh, it's too far. Make a left, Nas. Nas, make a left.
Have you ever met her in person? Yeah. It was it was right after I met Yo Mama. Oh, right after I met Yo Mama. Oof. Yikes, fams. It was indeed. Yo, mama. Yo, mama. I met Yo, mama. Based. Where's Fenty? I told her to come in again. Call Fenty, she's crying. I don't know where she's at. I need to make my oatmeal. Hold on. I want to make these cannons today and clear out that fucking planet. 1 second. Facts! Is Fenty here? Nope.
Steven!
Oh my god. Hello.
Too loud?
What?
Am I too loud?
You were right there.
Okay. Oh well. Okay. Oh, okay. Your biracial queen is here to help you come critique the black race.
Oh, joy.
All right.
That's what I need.
Are you
Stronger critiques
are
of the black community, yeah.
Let's go. Okay. So here is my thoughts, okay? So, us as black people, we are responsible for overcoming systemic racism. It is very possible, but you just need the right kind of mind. But unfortunately, a lot of the liberal ideas that we have, such as affirmative action and the obsession with identity politics, is keeping us psychologically too weak to actualize that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. I don't know if I 100% agree, but I understand, sure.
Oh, okay. Okay. So listen, okay. The reason I care about this, I want to see my people be prosperous, okay? But if opportunity is not knocking at the door, we cannot be looking at the institution and be like, yo, give us a fucking door. No, we need to work out how to build a new door. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, I understand that, sure.
Okay. So the thing is like I got very inspired by Miss Annalicia, our queen. She said a lot of important things that I feel like it got very in the mix of the whole, it got very in the mix of the black men and stuff. But the thing is that a lot of what she's talking about is this psychology thing that is keeping people within the underclass of like racial economic disparity. And the thing is that the midterms are coming up. And so globally, we're now all going to start talking about race again. And I feel like it's very important to reiterate some of the things she had said.
Wait, the midterms are coming up for who?
For you guys. But the thing is...
Well, just to be clear real quick, we just finished our midterms, right?
Well, no, what I'm talking about is now it's time for politics. Everything's going to be talked about. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah, so like we're gonna start talking about this stuff again, and I feel like it's really important that she brought a really great catalyst to talking about how systemic racism is now predominantly existing within our own psychology and not within the system, right?
I don't know if I agree with that 100%, but I understand the mentality, sure.
Why?
Like, I mean, there's still like the vestiges of like old racism and stuff like that kind of reverberate currently through American society, right? I don't think that we should use that. So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I didn't say that systemic racism doesn't exist. Okay, we can clearly see it in the U.S. carceral state, in black displacement projects, police tactics, militarization of the police, impoverished tax areas. But like, we also need to look at our antisocial, anti-economic culture that is perpetuating the same systemic racism, if not more than these factors.
Sure, I won't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, yeah. He's on board. Okay. So Stephen, can we agree that when we look at supremacy and white nationalism, it's really not the most important issue surrounding black people?
White nationalism and white supremacy? Yeah, I think those are wholly fucking stupid things that literally nobody should be talking about outside of like a classroom. I don't think that white supremacy or white nationalism has any impact today on the black community. I think that's an insane proposition. I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, like, give credit where credit's due. Since Ferguson and the rise of Black Lives Matter, we've successfully corrected white people's ignorance and uncovered implicit biases to the extent that white people are now academics in their own white supremacy by default of logging into Instagram every couple weeks. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, and like, the thing is, like, now I'm applying for like graduate jobs. Like, at the bottom, they're all like talking about, oh, we need diversity, we need this. So it's just like, it's now actually part of within the system to amend the system. Like, we've actually kind of held the government accountable at this point.
A little bit, but okay, sure, I'll buy it. Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna buy that one. Okay.
Yeah. So I think we mostly probably agree. Yeah, if I mind that, we're probably gonna agree. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the only thing now really left within the systemic racism is the inherent black issues within the community. for what it seems on your own panels when I look at how when you talk about systemic racism, a lot of the people kind of forgot what that even means. Like so you said, so someone asked you, why are Black people arrested the most? And you said because they're committing the proportion of the crimes, right?
That's gonna be the
rage you got.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the rage you got was like, dude, like, you can't get this guy a break. They heard like, oh, look at this white dude talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, child, like, come on, you can't talk to Stephen like that. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, they have no idea. They have no idea that you know what you're talking about.
That sentence was really
so,
confusing to follow, but say that again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to repeat that?
It's not fair for them to attack me like I'm racist. Was that kind of what you were getting at?
Yeah, but now that's you removed the goofiness, so
oh, okay,
sure,
cool, thank you. Okay,
okay.
Gotcha.
But like, despite them knowing that, okay, so when we talk about it, it's slavery that has evolved through our own society's development, right? But like, I feel like we've lost that. Because we've talked about it so much that people think now it's like implicit bias.
Yeah, people like, have this is very, 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 very fucking annoying for me, is that like the reason why systemic injustices were so bad is because they're perpetuated with no bad actors, right? Systemic racism should be able to exist with nobody being racist. Like, that's the whole reason why it's systemic. But a lot of people seem to think that, like, systemic racism means there's, like, a lot of racist cops. And it's like, that's not systemic racism. That's just racism. It was supposed to be a separate thing. But, yeah, it's really frustrating that everybody lost track of that conversation. But
yeah. And I feel like what is even more frustrating than that is now when we're talking about systemic racism, we're only talking about how it's embedded in the institution, but we're never hypercritical of how that has affected us and our own culture.
Yeah, so like, for instance, like part of systemic racism, part of systemic injustice is that Black people do commit a lot of crime because of where they live, because of where their families are forced to, and because of the economic opportunities that they were cut off from. But it is because of the actions they're doing too, right? Like, you can't just deny that. Like, I get into arguments with a lot of people who are very quick to like, well, hold on, no. Like African Americans in the United States, they don't commit disproportionate crime. That's all racist stuff. And it's like, first of all, no. But secondly, you're undermining your own narrative because part of the reasons why they commit crime are due to past systemic and just actual racist injustices. But like, that's an important part of the analysis, is to recognize that, like, well, yeah, they do commit actions that are bad, and we have to understand that because the reasons why they did it in the past are part of the reasons that are part of like our analysis of the system, right? Yeah.
And the thing is that I feel like people's history is so bad. Like, people really don't know what happened in the 60s. Do you know what I mean? Like, people just think like, oh, the police are like this just because they're racist. Like, there's a reason why the system is the way it is. And it is not just because of racism.
Like, wait, hold on. You need to expand on that a little bit. What do you mean?
Okay, when I talk about the 60s, you know, I'm talking about like the
well, that's when the Civil Rights Act was passed. That's when the federal government had to step into a lot of...
when MLK died, what happened?
There were riots all over the United States, right?
All the rage. Yeah. It was all the rage to burn your city. So, like, what is the federal government gonna do? Like, everyone was like, dude, we have to stop this. And the best way that they felt at the time, bear in mind, it was the Cold War at the time, so military was all the rage. Mr. Nixon was all like, hell, let's just militarize the police. Okay, we gotta get the federal government in there, okay? And this is why now that the structure is there. So it's not inherently because they're just racist. Like, that is a part of it, but it is also perpetuated by bad actors.
Okay.
And like, I feel like we never really look. The thing is, it's so fucking annoying because when I'm in my classes and we're talking about this, there's literally no there is no charitability to the institution, because they say, okay, so the institution is the one that has the power, right? But that doesn't mean that they are arbitrators of evil in every way imaginable. Sometimes, like, so what do you want them to do? Just let the cities burn? Is that what you want?
Sure, it's kind of like the rioting over the BLM stuff, where people didn't seem to have any empathy for like the cities that were kind of like being rioted in. Yeah.
Dude, what did you say again? It made me laugh so bad.
Wow, which thing?
Steven, you were like, but it needs to stop.
No. Okay, stop. No, that wasn't me.
Stop.
No, that was a deep fake. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're lying. I remember it was you. Oh, that was so funny. That got you banned, right? I can't remember. But the thing, why did it get you banned?
Well, technically it got me.
People disagree with you?
First of all, yeah, and it got me departnered, not banned technically, which made it easier to ban me in the future.
Okay, same thing. Like the fact that people can't even see the ridiculousness is absolutely abhorrent. Sorry, like come on, dog. You can't let this shit just fly. Like you're not gonna be left with anything.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I don't disagree with you. Sure, yeah.
Like people really want to see America burn, and they really just hate this place that much. Like, come on, dog. You really can't. There's something really wrong with that ideology. Would you like? Come on. We're not being real. We're not being real right now.
Okay, yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah.
And also, do you feel like it would be more fun if I put a camera on, or no, or you don't really care? You're playing Factorio.
You can if you want. Yeah, people like to see people when they talk. If you want.
Oh,
to, sure.
one thing. There's two. So I feel like it will make the conversation more fun. But the thing is, will I get shitted on Reddit, or is the whole Kiwi Farms and all that Mr. Girl stuff? They all made a whole thing about the Reddit or whatever. Like, is that a real thing, or are they just being hyperbolic?
I mean, the Reddit will shit on you depending on what you say. I mean, like, it can happen, but it's up to you whether or not you can handle people saying mean things about you on the internet. That's up to you, okay?
I love when people say mean things about me. I can't lie. So, I think I'll be fine. Okay.
Okay.
Let me do that. It'll be fun. Okay, let's go.
Jesus.
So,
oh my God. Why? What is the thing on your neck? Why?
What?
What is that?
It's cold. Do you not know how much gas is these days? I can't put the heating on, child.
Wait, where do you say like whereabouts do you live?
I'm in London.
Oh. Why the fuck are you?
Listen.
Wait, hold on. Have you ever been to America before?
Yes, a lot of times. Steven, you forgot our conversation?
Listen, there's been a lot of black women through here recently, okay?
Listen,
they're all starting to run together. What?
What state are you in? I'm
in Florida.
No, you're
No, you're not? Oh, you don't even remember Texas? Okay, so you don't even know anything about me. All right,
You were in Texas. You were in Texas.
Yeah, at one point I traveled a lot.
Your thing said leaving Austin just now.
Yeah, well, I don't know what it says just now. Okay, listen, that's fine. Okay,
fine.
You're in London. It's cold. Global warming is fake.
Whatever. I was gonna say I lived in Houston twice in my life. I lived in Maryland once. I know I know what I'm talking about. Okay. And this brings me to my disclaimer. Before I get chat wet with I can't talk about black issues because I'm not a black American, I argue that is absolutely a false narrative embedded in the U.S.'s issue of looking at the rest of the world like it's not interconnected, okay?
Gotcha.
Like, the rest of the continents, we're vastly far more aware of one another, whether that's a case of British imperialism or wherever you want to blame it on. But the fact of the matter is the American continents seem to act like they're particularly segregated from the rest of the world. And we need to come to terms with this if we want to talk about anti-blackness, because it is far more an international endemic than a domestic one. And once we understand that, it'll become a lot easier to decipher what is systemic and what isn't, because we can see different institutions and how racism has embedded within each one. And then we can see what is actually culture and what is actually systemic racism.
Okay.
Does this make sense?
Yeah.
We agree with that?
Probably,
okay,
yeah. Okay. All right.
Probably. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So, if you think the disparity of extreme poverty that plagues the African continent does not affect you as a black person, yes, the hell it does. If you think that the black American culture with, we're talking about the imagery of drugs and thuggery promoted through music does not affect black people on a global scale, you are also very mistaken. The thing is, your best little buddy, Forethought, he argued something very, very good, actually. The black community, he said the black community was just an imagination that exists amongst black people. And even if that's true, our collective perception affects the general competence the globe expects of us as a whole race, unlike any other. Perhaps not a community, that we have, but there is definitely a collective Black imagination that represents us as a monolith, regardless of the continent you come from.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
I don't disagree. Yeah, Black people around the world are going to represent. Yeah, obviously, this is the whole reason why Wakanda wanted to do outreach and shit, is because they wanted to have positive representation of Black people in Africa. I remember. Okay, I watched the Black Panther 4 times. Okay.
You watch your documentaries, boy. That's fine. Right. So what I'm saying is our anti-social, anti-economic, anti-prosperity and competence image, accompanied with the racial economic disparity that is affecting the underclass, is produced across all continents. It's not an American thing. Okay.
Okay.
And what is fueling the implicit biases and the perpetuation of institutions is magnetizing people towards Nazism and Groyper logic. Okay? Because the way that we talk about systemic racism in the left is just so ridiculous. This is what I'm talking about. Because we have no accountability, no agency within the left. When you take the baseline of the identity thing and then you take it to the other side, that's where you end up. Okay.
Okay.
So this is why both Annalisa and I, like, we can talk about this stuff. Okay. We've lived, so, like, you know, the housing project stuff that happens in Chicago, that shit happens in London too. Okay, I've lived there. Like, that sort of same disparity of, like, you know how the prison system, the carceral state, is built within the infrastructure of which people live in. Yeah? Do you know what I mean when I say that?
That the prison system is built within the infrastructure of how people live. What, that, like, no, explain that a little more. What do you mean by that? Okay, so you know the American projects. Let's talk about Southside Chicago, for instance. So you know those projects there, yeah? I've heard of Chicago, and I've heard of projects in Chicago, yeah. Dude, okay. Yeah. Let me think whether, let me try to remember the name. Okay, if I remember the name, I'll give it to you. Okay. But when you look at how the buildings are built for people to live in, people are saying O block. Block? O block. 0 block? O block? O block is that what it, everyone is saying that the OB. I don't know if that's it or not, but okay. Okay. Okay, so basically what I'm saying is that the carceral state is built into where these people are living. So you have cages that are over the balconies of people. Okay. And what you're doing is that you're putting people so condensed that organized crime is inevitable. Okay. I don't know if I agree with that, but okay. Okay, but listen, Destiny. You put a bunch of poor people who are in the underclass. They don't have jobs. What are they gonna do to make money? Okay, a piece of fruit you have to get in your car for 20 minutes to find. Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, I don't, like, you can have people that are in, like, very dense areas. That doesn't necessarily mean they're committing crime, right? It's not about the condensed areas. There's more to it than that. Okay. So, like, they're caught. So okay. So you've been to Houston, right? Yep. When you go to Houston, everything is a highway, right? And everything in Texas is, yeah. Everything is a big, like, depending on where you live, will depend on how much you're cut off by main society. Okay. So a lot of the projects are very cut off from the main city because the main city doesn't want you to see that, right? But what does that mean for those people? Is that, like, that psychology of being displaced, of not being wanted, is it affects you psychologically. Okay. Okay. I don't think I necessarily disagree, I guess, yeah. Southside. Displacement. Chicago. The Robert Taylor Homes. Oh, I remember. Okay. Anyways, my main point was that that same is not an American issue. This happens in London too. You've heard of Grenfell Tower, I'm sure, right? You know about that, buddy. I've heard about who? Say that again. The Grenfell Tower. The Grenfell Tower. Grenfell. Look it up. Google it. You'll be amazed. The Grenfell Tower. Okay. A high rise in North Kensington, West London. 72 people died. So it's a project for predominantly Black immigrants, and they put
plating on there to make it look aesthetically better to make the city look better, but it was flammable, and they didn't do anything about it because they didn't care about the people. Does that make sense?
Sure.
And the whole thing went in flames. This is what I mean by like it's building our infrastructure that is not that you're not giving a shit about. Okay. So, but the thing is that despite all these things that are stopping us, we still need to be responsible for the anti-prosperity culture that living in these places manifests. Okay.
Okay.
Let me see. So I wanted to talk about specifically the main Marxist. I'm gonna use your favorite word.
Oh boy.
Postmodernist fucking theories that are actually keeping us psychologically too weak to handle systemic racism. Okay.
Okay.
So the post-colonial theories of dependency theory, these are the things that are perpetuating the narrative that we can't move up, we can't get above the system. It says that like no matter what we do, when we participate in capitalism, we will always end up just the labor class, and we cannot move up to the middle class no matter what you do because of who you are, and because that is the way capitalism has transcended from colonialism, imperialism. Like it's imperialism within your own domestic state.
Okay, is that true? Do you believe that?
That's the theory. That's the Marxist theory that people were believing. They say you a black man, this is all you can, this is all that is there for you. And this is a message that a lot of people really do believe. They think, what's the point? What's the point of me trying? What's the point of me trying to participate in a system that is built against me? You hear this rhetoric. You hear it. Okay. And like and there's another one. Have you heard of neo-patrimonialism?
Neo-patrilinealism.
Sure, buddy. So
No.
I'll explain to you what that is. So basically, from oppression, either imperialism or slavery or Jim Crow or whatever you want it to be, this kind of oppression distorts your culture before it is born. So can we agree that like human beings, right? Our cultures are developed way before we become like a community. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So when we try to industrialize and we try and make something of ourselves, we still our culture is distorted by the things that oppressed us decades ago.
Yeah, of course, sure. Cultures can develop as a reaction to some things and whatnot, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but there's nothing you can really do about that because these things take time. These things take a lot of time to do. So it doesn't really matter what the institution does. It's like these things, they just have to be grown out.
Okay.
So this comes from particularly states, okay? So when we were South Korea and Nigeria, they're the same age, okay? And look at one and then look at the other. Like, okay, what's gone on? But the thing is, the both of them come from colonialism. Both of them were ex-colonizers. Right?
South Korea and who else? What was the other country you're comparing to?
Nigeria.
Okay, gotcha.
So look at their development, okay? So both of them came from colonialism. Both of them were slave states to another one, okay? The difference is that the South Koreans knew what they needed to do was to perpetuate economic freedom in their state. They made sure that every government regulation regulated so that people could start businesses and make something of themselves. Okay? Whereas in Nigeria, they kind of they left the state of how the British left it, and they just imposed a big government on top and regulated everything to try and mitigate poverty instead of giving people the tools to actually sort it out themselves.
Okay,
you're getting it?
Reese, I feel like the histories of Nigeria and South Korea are going to be like, there's going to be a lot more differences in that there, but I don't know where we're going.
So even though they're both from colonizers, right? The Japanese are the ones that colonized the South Koreans, but the Japanese made sure that South Korea was a productive state, okay? But the British kind of let them do whatever they want because it was more about collecting taxes. And so then that kind of neglectfulness of the system, that is what embedded itself
What is
in the
the
60s.
what is the history of South Korea like and their industrialization compared to like Nigeria though?
So the history of South Korea is so the Japanese, they were hard on making a slave state and making sure that these people were just slaves, and they the thing was is that the Japanese, that was their only colonized state, okay? So they had a lot of attention to it. So the way that they managed it was very intense, and it was very controlled, and then they were very prosperous. Whereas the British, they had the whole world, you know. They don't really care what was going on.
No, but I'm saying the
They just-
specific history of South Korea and Nigeria. I feel like South Korea probably had a lot more things going for it than Nigeria did, even independent of like any like colonialist stuff.
What, before
right?
colonialism? No, child. Before colonialism, South Korea was just an agriculture state. All they had was rice. They were a rice state.
Until what?
That's what they
Wait, like until like
produced.
what year about?
But they got into technology. They put all their investment into technology when they got independence, and that's what brought them up.
Fuck,
How-
okay, hold on. Well, now I gotta read because you're making a bunch of history claims.
Nah, you
and-
gotta
oh
read.
my god.
Poor Steven.
I'm
He
not
doesn't believe me. He doesn't believe me. He thinks I'm bullshitting.
Well, it's not
Like
that you're
the
bullshitting, but
entrepreneurs-
I feel like it's a bit reductive to just say that like the colonialist like reasons behind South Korea and Nigeria are the only reasons why they developed differently. Like I feel like there's probably like hugely different economic opportunities available different to both of these countries that probably played a lot into this as well. No?
What I'm getting at is that the way that they were controlled is the reason why they developed differently. Because the way that their oppression developed into their psychology as South Koreans was we develop. Whereas in Nigeria that was not the case. That was not embedded into their culture before they got independence. It's the way that the Japanese controlled South Korea versus how the British controlled their colonies.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense?
What you're saying makes sense. I just don't know if it's true, but
Okay. Well, I'll let you. I'll help you out. I'll send you my my readings so that you don't have to find the research yourself if you're interested, or if you're not, then whatever. You know what I'm saying?
how do you say so? Like somebody in chat says, what about places like India and South Africa? Both of those are British colonies, but they're vastly different in their development.
So, India was the diamond raft of the British colonialism, okay? The British cared a lot about India, so much that they put themselves on top of that caste system. They put the British and then the Brahmins. So, you know, y'all Brahmins don't even come to me about y'all shit. So, the British cared a lot about these colonies. Whereas the rest of the African, like, if you see how much, have you ever looked at an African map when it was colonialism? It was like Britain, France, Portugal. Like everybody was just trying to collect as much as they can.
Okay.
But they're not. They're only doing it so that they can collect taxes. They're not really necessarily invested in what the country can do, because at this point they don't know that they got oil. They don't know that what they know. They don't know what's going on in the land. All they know is that they want it, because that was what imperialism was at the time. Was just get as much as you can.
Okay.
So that's the reason why India is different, because India, they paid as much attention to India as much as Japan paid as much attention to South Korea. Does that make sense? And that's why you can see in India, they actually are an industrial state. Like they have industry that was built on the British, and that has been actualized by the Indian people. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like culture, a culture of a state is born before the state is born. And this can be the same within minorities within developed countries. So
Okay. I'll
within
believe you.
Black
Sure.
Britain,
Okay.
within America.
What's the point? What are we getting to? Okay. Where are we at? Where are we headed? Yeah.
Okay, so this is why it's important, Destiny.
Yeah.
The Groypers. It's the Groypers. If we can understand that Black oppression is manifested globally, then it will provide us an excellent pushback against the Groypers, who suggest that that it is something inherently wrong with the race itself. Whereas if we can prove through how oppression has develops into a culture decades after, affects people, then the problem, then like we can look at the entirety of Africa as a state, like, and see that like the race is not the problem. Because I ask a lot of people, what's the difference between South Korea and Nigeria? And then, like, a Goiper would say, the racist shit. Can you see that?
The racist shit. Oh,
they would say they.
Sure. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. I guess when I argue these issues, I just like trying to take like we're going to take a quick journey through like all of human history approach.
No, and that's not what I'm trying to do. That's what you want to do. That's what you're trying to fact check me. I'm trying to give you, and you're like, dude, you know what I'm saying?
Well, no, because they're going to fight you on racism on every single one of these claims, right? They're going to say that, like, no, it's not colonialist. It's because these countries have black people or brown people. And then you're going to have to go through every single claim and try to validate, like, how much of it had to do with colonialism versus whatever. And that's what the whole, like, debate is going to turn into, right?
See. So can you see how this neo-patrimonialism gives you that? If you study how Britain actually colonized Africa differently to India and South Africa, and how Japan colonized South Korea differently, then like that blows that out of the water. That it's no longer about the black race, but it is specifically about how colonialism affected that area in particularly.
Yeah, I mean, assuming everything you're saying is true, sure. I'm just saying that you'd have to fight that with on every claim on like a race realist or whatever is going to argue on all of those, but sure. Yeah, I mean, if what you're saying is true, then obviously I believe you, yeah.
Because it annoys me so much because like the thing is that the left has like has given them the basis of this because we focus so much on identity and race to the point where it's like these kind of race realist ideas are now being entertained in academia now. It's real bad.
In academia? Race realism?
Yes. Like no, like people are kind of talking about it because we have, you know, they put identity politics in academia.
Oh, yes.
So people
are
now talking about this stuff, and so the pushback is going to ultimately be within the same realm of identity. This is why it's so dangerous. I feel like the left has perpetuated the Nazism in itself because they've given them the foundations for that stuff. Like we need to stop. We have to stop. Okay.
Okay. I feel like most left-leaning people would probably point to things like, because I hear colonialism is used a lot to talk about. Like,
yeah, but they don't know what they're talking about, child. So when a race realist then brings up South Korea, they were like, oh, why? Oh, I don't know. Actually, that's a good point. Maybe you're right. Maybe my IQ is 90. You know?
Okay, if you say so, sure.
Steven, it's not good. But like, let's be real. Like, if you were to set up a business, look at the entirety of Africa. Name one state that you would happily set that business up in.
South Africa?
Give me one.
Egypt? Tunisia?
You wouldn't.
If I had to? What do you mean?
If you had to. Okay, but you were gonna put up with all the political turmoil in these places? As a white man, you're gonna put it in South Africa? That's funny.
What am I gonna? What do you mean? Yeah? No?
Okay.
What do you think I'm gonna get like assassinated on a farm or some shit? Like?
Yeah, you're gonna be kidnapped.
Okay.
You're gonna get kidnapped.
Okay.
Yeah, they know. You got streamer money. They know.
Gotcha. All right. In South Africa, really?
Yeah, it's bad. It's getting worse. It's getting much worse.
Okay. Listen, if you say so.
Okay. So, anyways, so we got it. Systemic racism is real. Whatever. But in order for people to believe that they can overcome it and be prosperous, they're gonna need some kind of the reason that they don't believe that is because of the identity politics. And the thing is that we've lost a lot of our values that gave us the safety net of confidence in our society, I think. And that's why we're like so focused on identity, because we don't have many foundations of who we are other than the color of our skin, the gender we are, and who we're fucking.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right? So
what are we doing? What's the prescription? Yeah, tell me. Get to that point. Go ahead.
We need family values. We need family values, Destiny. We need them. Listen, if you don't come from a family, you cannot escape this psychological turmoil. You don't have the safety nets available to you to start taking risks and build an entrepreneurship and build yourself economic freedom to come out of that underclass, because most businesses fail. Let's be real. Most businesses are likely going to fail. You're gonna need a hell of a lot of confidence to go out there and do the stuff you need to do to get your community out of there. But how are you gonna do that when there's no one to fall back on?
True. Okay.
So a lot of people talk about white privilege of why people have generational wealth. Okay.
Okay.
So what do we need to do? We need to start building that generational wealth for ourselves, rather than looking at the system and being like, "Oh, look what it's done. We don't have any generational wealth because of slavery, or whatever." We need to take responsibility for that. We cannot be waiting for white people to fix our problems, because they're not going to.
Okay. Yeah, I
Like,
don't think anybody
they-
disagrees. But I think people would argue like you can work on both at once, right?
Okay, but we've kind of done all the work for the systemic at this point.
Okay. I might even agree with that. Maybe, yeah. That a lot of that work has been done. Sure.
Like, even the thing is, like, okay, when I was growing up, like, people were racist as hell, and like now the same people I be seeing are like on Instagram talking about systemic things in more intricate ways than even I would understand. It's just like, what the hell is going on in the world? Like, we flipped so far the other way to the point where it's like, this shit, like, y'all annoying me. Y'all too woke. like, you know what I mean?
I absolutely know what you mean. Yeah.
The work has been done. Like, everything little Sophie wished for 8 years ago has come to fruition, and the world is still not right. So there's something else is going on. Okay?
Okay.
Something
so we need
else.
to tell black people to do better. Gotcha.
No, this is not the, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say that, child.
Well, I'm being
the thing
reductive,
is-
but like we're kind of saying that like we need to be more critical of like aspects of black culture that are leading to the degradation of like the black family
I
and
know,
stuff like that, right?
but yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were just joking that I was being all Annalisa on you. You know what I'm saying?
You're good. Don't worry about it.
I got you. The thing is, I feel like the only way that we're gonna get these family values is either through the institution of the church or education. And the thing is that in these economic disparate areas, education is a shithole, right?
Okay.
So we gotta get it through the church. But the thing is that we're gonna have to put up with a lot of restrictions on ourselves as a culture in order to embrace that. Which is why, you're getting so fed up of the homophobia and the transphobia and the domestic violence that you see. Who's that guy? That guy who tried to get you banned.
There've been a ton of people
The
trying to get
scammer.
me.
The scammer boy. The scammer boy.
Oh, the sinner guy?
Yes, balls
Yeah.
at the bottom.
Yeah, that
Yes.
guy. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, yeah.
He, the homophobia is rife. It's real. But the thing is that we have to embrace the church. But unfortunately, I feel like there's
The
going to be a
church?
time and yes. How else are we going to get family values instilled into our
Gross.
underclass?
Yikes.
I know, Destiny. I know.
Ugh.
I know.
Cringe.
I know. Give me another one. What other way can we do it?
I don't know, something that's not cringe, but
Okay, I'll give you another one, but I feel like it's even more cringe.
okay.
Abortion.
What's wrong with abortion?
Destiny, what do you mean? No, listen. I really understand the whole abortion thing now. Of why, like, Kanye West is so big. He said 50% of all deaths
Wait,
are
you think we need to
abortion.
stop abortions?
I'm not saying we need to, but I'm saying, can you see why the right is so adamant on it? Because I feel like this is what they're trying to get at, the family values and trying to fix culture. They think culture itself is degenerate and they're trying to fix it through regulation. I don't think that's the right way, but if you think church is cringe, then that's the other solution.
Wait, I don't understand. Wait, say this again. So you think we need to fix the culture by getting rid of abortion?
No, I'm not saying we need to do that, but I'm saying that's what the right is trying to do.
Well, I
So
think
either
the
we
right.
come
I
up-
think the right doesn't like abortion because they think it's actually like murdering children. I think that's a big thing for them.
No, okay, so this is the argument they use because it has a handle on emotion, okay? But I don't think that's the honest reason why they're trying to do it. The reason they're trying to do it is they're trying to control people in the way they have sex, so that
I don't think so.
so that they can do it within a relationship, and that when we have babies, they're not fatherless. And then they're having sex through love rather than
I understand what you're
Tinder
saying,
dates.
but I think it's because people really do feel like it's like killing a baby. I think so. I think that the reason why I think that is because when you look at polling data for like, I could be wrong, but I think it's like 64% of Americans support abortion in the first trimester, and that number drops to like 25% for second and third trimester, right? So if that's the case, it seems like people really do feel like when it becomes more
Okay,
of a baby and it looks like a baby, you're probably like killing a baby. I think that people are really.
So this is what people are thinking, right? Because the emotional argument is much stronger than this whole institutional thing, blah blah blah. Because you got to get pretty deep into the whole what is going on thing, and like a lot of people don't have the time or the energy or like to be really thinking about how to fix a culture that is perpetuating single mothers and fatherless children. This is what Alicia was getting at, okay? And I feel like when she said that, it made me understand like the Candace Owens, the Kanye West a lot more. I feel like what they are trying to fix the family through regulation. I'm not saying that's correct, but I'm saying that they are on the same page. That's why they don't like identity politics. That's why they don't like the left, because they think that it's attacking the family in this way. You hear them say this stuff.
Yeah, they say it. I don't know how much I believe it, but they say that, yeah.
Okay. So both these things are cringe. How else would we fix family values?
Oh. Bro,
Steven,
fuck, I don't know. That's a fucking complicated question, but religion ain't gonna be it, right? The theology sell is probably too hard these days. We have too much technology. People are too like convincing people of fucking God is cringe. That's like a really, really, really tall order.
I think we don't need to convince. The thing is, okay, Christians need to stop doing that. Like, oh my God, you know when the guy started trying to convince you through the Big Bang that like God was, that was so cringe.
Okay, but like I mean, God is a pretty important part of the whole religious thing, right? Like,
yes, I know, but it's not about proving him through science. You're not gonna do it that way. You're not gonna find God there. You're not gonna find God in science. You're gonna find God through spirituality, and you're never going to be able to do that through a debate on YouTube.
All right, now with that attitude,
there's no way of trying to convince you, Stephen. You gotta find God yourself. You gotta find Him. Love is patient, love is kind. You get into it.
Cringe.
Right. It's not fashionable. It's not. It really isn't. But the thing is that like, this is the thing that separates Nigerian culture from Caribbean culture in London specifically. Is that because we are so hardcore on the church. We don't break up divorce even when domestic abuse is happening.
Okay.
Like that's not a valid reason to leave your husband, because family is so stressed and important. And the thing is that even though that victimizes women so heavily, that does actually bring a safety net that has actually led people to become prosperous.
Do women really become prosperous in abusive relationships? Is that really a thing?
No, not in abusive relationships. You're missing it. You're missing it. You're missing it.
My bad.
Okay, that was an ad lib. Okay, don't focus on that.
My bad.
The thing is, they have held family institution above women's rights because they know that is an important foundation for a safety net to prosperity.
Gotcha. Okay.
Your children are going to do much better if you have a mom and a dad.
Okay.
Even if the dad is the meanie. Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. And like the thing is, this is why Alicia was stressing the missing values so much. And as Forethought mentioned, the heartbreaking reality is that Black men do work themselves to their grave. Laziness is not a problem. Like 80% of them are labor participants. They fall into the employment mirror just as much as white communities. And hustle culture is inherently Black, so it's not like that they're lazy. That this is why I disagreed so much with Alicia, that she missed a little bit. She thinks it's like it's a Black man issue, but rather it's more the family is not valued in itself. That's the core problem. It's not that men are shit. It's just that we're not holding this core this core issue. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see that?
I see that.
You see that? I got you.
I see that.
Okay, so if it's not the church, if it's not abortion, there's one other savior that's gonna get us there.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna know what it is. Your best buddy Jordan Peterson is gonna get us.
Is it Jordan Peterson or is it cultural or something? What do you mean?
Yeah? It's gonna be Jordan Peterson.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know whether okay. I don't understand why you don't like him, first of all. Other than that, he's cringe.
Okay.
I will give you that. I will give you that. Because I was preparing for this, Steven, but every time I listened to you reacting to him stuff, it was like, he uses too many adjectives.
Really? That's my complaint with Jordan Peterson? Yes! He uses too many adjectives?
Why is he crying? Oh my God, so cringe.
Okay.
Or like, oh, his theology is messed up.
Okay, I'll watch more Jordan Peterson videos today, okay?
Oh, okay. The thing is, it was very hard to find you actually like dealing with his arguments. It was kind of like you just sitting there and be like, okay, maybe it's the factorium right in your brain, but who knows?
Gotcha.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be beneficial if we had somebody to promote these traditional values in a way that resonates with young people, men in particular, that can get more confidence, build more resilience in them, and go out in the world and create something beautiful despite the odds? Because the only people that are doing it is Sneeko, Jordan Peterson, and Andrew Tate right now.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I don't necessarily
would
disagree
think-
with you. This is something that I've complained about a lot, that people on the left don't have like positive, like cultural, like warrior
Yeah.
symbol people.
They hate themselves.
Yeah, it
they
seems
want to.
like it.
They want to kill themselves. This is not good, guys. This is not good. We want to feel strong and proud of ourselves, right?
Sure.
We don't want to talk about drugs and stuff. And that's the thing is, when you compare, let's compare music in the Black community for instance. We listen to a lot of the real popular stuff. Wet ass pussy, drugs, money, like it's all this. It's a lot of stuff that is just building up resentment within ourselves. Do you understand? Like that stuff
but
is
I mean,
not
I would
empowering.
say that like black music has changed. Hip hop and rap have changed significantly over the past like 10 or 20 years, right?
But the thing is that the song. Okay, we just take right now. Let's look at right now. You thought I was feeling you? That man's a munch. I eat it for lunch. Like this is what we're still perpetuating, regardless of if it's changed or not. Like,
Well, I think
this
the regardless
still
part is
the main-
I think the regardless part is really important, right? Because like in like what, like the 90s and the early 2000s and shit, right? Like gangster rap and shit was like mainstream popular, like feuds, Biggie, Tupac, like people shooting themselves, killing themselves, like all of that was like pretty commonplace. But like now you've got like a lot of like social conscientious rappers and woke rappers and, you know, like your J. Cole's, your Kendrick Lamar's that are really, really popular today. I think that's like a significant change in the direction of rap, right? I think it's worth noting at least. I'm not saying like it's
when I
yeah.
But when I listen to Kendrick and J. Cole, I still don't feel like really happy to be alive.
What do you mean? Wait, why not? What do you mean by that?
So if you listen to like African music, like that stuff is so like liberating. It feels like you're on cloud nine, you're ready to party, you're ready to live your life and, you know, build something and be a part of a community. Whereas like you listen to Travis Scott and it's like, it's more like, it's just a whole different energy. And I feel like culture itself, with like the family values and like just the messages we're listening to are perpetuating this same ideology that is keeping people weak. Because I feel like the music right now we are creating, it's most what the reason why it's selling is because it's honing in on people's resentments. You see somebody from Southside Chicago make it, and then they flexing jewelry and riding a car. They're not building something with that. They're just showing off how much wealth they have. Like that's not inspiring. That's just building resentment in people.
Okay.
And like, I mean, for me especially, I was very disconnected as a kid. So I would really look to Nicki Minaj as like a young, you know, 8-year-old. Be like, oh, she looks like me. Wow, let me get into this. And like that gave me a lot of bad values and like made me regret a lot of things because as a kid, like that messes you up. And especially for me, it's like identity is a big thing. It's just like, okay, like this is what it means to be black, right? But it wasn't a good message.
Gotcha. What do you want, Pixie?
Questions?
Oh boy.
Hi.
Hi.
Just like you were saying some things and they kind of caught me off guard. So I'm just wondering, you talk a lot about family values and trying to perpetrate that. But then you also talk about how, what was the culture you were referencing again? The one where you're saying family values above domestic violence?
Oh, then in Nigeria?
In Nigeria, right. So I just feel like there's a little bit of a contradiction there because when it comes to households where there is like domestic abuse going on, the effects on those children for the long term are higher rates of criminality as well as mental illness. So you can't really like talk about, oh, like we have to lift the Black community up. We want less violence. We want them to go forward while saying like, oh yeah, we should keep these family values in check when those family values are actually toxic towards like the individual, especially the children in the short and long term. So I just feel like there's something there. Maybe you misspoke. I want to know what you mean exactly.
So okay, so let me just rephrase what you're saying so I understand what you're saying. So you feel like there's a contradiction in the putting family values above women's protection because when there is rife within the family, children do tend to come out the same or just as bad as if they had a single parent.
Or worse.
Okay, so
Mhm.
I'm talking from a completely economic basis. I'm not talking about what the psychology or all that stuff.
Oh, I'm talking psychological too.
But I'm not. That's what I'm saying. We're coming from a different angle.
Oh no, I'm saying economically as well. Like the long-term impacts that an abused child has are.
That's just not true, child. That's just not true.
Okay, should we?
If
search
you
up
come
right
from
now,
if
like
you come from a
long-term-
single listen girl, if you have a single mother and you have a one income, you're not eating rice and chicken every night. You're
I'm
just
not
not.
disagreeing
And
that single mother households have bad economic effects. What I'm saying is I'm comparing that to households where you have an abusive father or mother. That is what I'm saying. So you're saying like, oh no, single mother households are horrible, two-parent households are better. And I'm not disagreeing with that. But where I'm disagreeing with is two-parent households where abuse is happening in the home. That is a different story than just a two-parent household.
I hear you, girl. The thing is that of course it's gonna psychologically be a net negative in some ways, but ultimately the safety net for that child, regardless of the mental illness, whether they come out with DID or not, is not an issue that I'm talking about. Maybe that's the case and we can look into it.
Well, yes, I'm certain that we can look into it because the financial constraint or the financial effects that happen afterwards are like huge. And I don't even know if you can say there's really a safety net in an abusive household either, because are you really going to feel like safe enough to rely on your parents that just, hit you or beat the fuck out of you or hold things over your head constant? Like there's a lot of things that go into a safety net. And at the end of the day, I don't think you can call an abusive household one with a valid safety net, I guess.
One thing at a time. It's one thing at a time. The thing is, we can focus on fixing the mental abuse when we have the families. First and foremost, we need the families first before we start fixing the mental abuse in them. So the thing is, we can talk a lot about that. That is for sure, and maybe we'd have to get deep into the communities and in culture and specifically. And we're talking about Nigeria, and I feel like that's not going to resonate with the stream right now. So maybe if we talked about like what's happening, like that, it's just one thing at a time. And I just feel like we need to get people to have an economic stability first. We have to just talk about economics first, okay? Because the thing is that listen, Black oppression, it's only oppression when it's on an economic and a racial line. It is on an axis, okay? It's when you're affected economically and racially. If you get your economics up, you're good. Like it's not gonna affect you the same way. When you come out of that underclass, but we need to get people out of the underclass first. And if that means that we have to sacrifice a lot of the privileges that we're trying to fight for hard right now, then I think so be it. Because I need to see my people prosperous before anything else.
Yeah.
Because there's no way we're gonna beat the systemic system if we don't get our money up. And the way we're gonna do that is safety nets. Because the work ethic is not the problem.
Yeah, I think I don't necessarily disagree with you. Maybe I disagree with you on them being completely separate, right? Because the whole idea of like, how do people reach economic prosperity? How do people hold jobs? How do people get better jobs? That's very intimately intertwined with psychology. And if you're in a, let's say, like abusive household, right, where everything is unstable, that means that there's going to be long-term impacts on how you self-regulate, how you regulate with the world around you, and just like your mental stability and ability to uphold a job. So that's what I'm trying to say here, is that I understand where you're coming from, but when it comes to abusive households in specific, we have to be careful, because if you keep advocating for abusive households to stay together because there's some sort of structure there, what you're going to end up is having children who are really fucked up, who are economically going to suffer as well.
The thing is, I'm not advocating for abuse. I'm saying is that we have to put it above all the other issues that we're fighting for right now. So listen, I'm not advocating for abusive relationships. I am just saying that we need to get the relationships first, and then we can fix that. Like, I'm not saying that that's not an issue, but like that's not the main issue of why systemic racism is perpetuating and people can't get out of that.
I guess I'm just a little bit. Wait, I guess I'm just a little bit confused on what you mean by relationships first. Like, you have to have people who stay together first, or
We need families, okay? So the thing is, okay, when you come from a well-connected family, you have property, you have people that are gonna lift you up. Even if you don't have property, you have somewhere to stay. If you mess up, you get homeless. You have people that are gonna love you unconditionally. If you have a big family and then you work within that network of people, that's a big thing. That's a big privilege that people are not aware that they have. That's the difference between a lot of between the races, is that like we don't have that stability.
okay.
So we have to build that first, and then people can start actualizing themselves and build the community and use the income. They don't have to spend everything on their rent because they have a family home. It doesn't make sense. I'm not saying that these things are not important. I'm a woman. Of course, I'm not advocating for abuse. Like, I'm not gonna put myself through anything. Like, but all I'm saying is that there's a big difference in, like, there are some communities that will put the family value above women's safety. And when you look at the differences between who is doing economically well and who isn't, it seems that, like, that is a big factor of it. They know who they are, they know where they come from, and that a part of that is having a family.
Yeah, I think I might just like fundamentally disagree with you in the aspect of like, oh, basically what I'm trying to get at is that you can't really say you have a stable family or a good quote unquote family value if there is abuse in the household, because that in itself destroys the family financially and economically. Although I can agree with you on the idea that like we should try to have stronger families and stronger relationships like that, I would just caution you to be careful when it comes to the idea of like putting the family above the woman, because I would argue that a family who does such a thing is not a stable family. It's a family that is going to suffer through like, you know, a shit ton of trauma, which is going to lead to like financial decline as well.
It is very traumatizing, and like for me as well. Like I'm not saying it's a good thing, by the way. I'm coming from a very like economic point of view. Does that make sense? Like, I see the things that happen, and sometimes I'm like, girl, you need to divorce him. It's so bad. And like, it's just instilled in a lot of people. It's just like, I have to stay for my kids. And I'm just talking about this kind of mentality is what is letting these communities be more prosperous as a whole. Because if work ethic
Wait, aren't those
is
kinds
not
of families
the problem,
like really fucked? Does that even work?
It does work. They're doing very well.
Having shitty families stay together where the people are like, I don't know if I should stay in this marriage, but I should for my children. Is that really like a good thing?
Just destiny.
That's my name.
When you live in a nice house and you know that, okay, if I try to make something of myself, I'm gonna be okay. If you have that safety net, that's above anything else, any psychology stuff.
But the point is, abusive families don't have that safety net, right? The whole idea of like, I can rely on my parents isn't going to work if you think your parents are going to beat the fuck out of you.
Well, why are we assuming that all marriage is abusive?
No, I'm not assuming all marriages are abusive.
Like, I'm saying
specifically families where the mom feels like they have to stay there because of their children, even though the dad is being abusive. That's what I'm specifically talking about.
I just think there's value there. That's what I'm saying. Can you see the value in it, Steven? Steven, help me out.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but it sounds like you're saying that like even abusive families should stay together because it's better for the children.
I'm not saying they should stay together. I'm not advocating for abusive families, okay? What I'm saying is you can see there's a big difference in the ones that hold family values very highly, to the point where they will even put up with abuse to keep them there. Okay. That was my point. I'm not talking about the abuse, like the whole that was an ad lib. That was an ad lib. That's gonna be okay. Like it's not the main point. It's that even like it's just I'm just saying that when family is highly valued and that people stay together, the kids, there's a certain type of confidence you have, and that is way more. They should be way more valued in our current culture.
Okay.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
Why?
Pixie, what she's saying is that like families that value staying together so much so that they tolerate abusive families, those are better societies, even if there are some abusive families. But ideally, you wouldn't have any abusive families, but that like the ones that value family are so important that it's, yeah, that's what she
I need a chip clipped so bad.
What? Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Wait, Pixie, does it make
Yeah.
sense what she's saying? I'm not asking you if it makes sense. I'm asking.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we can now. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense in a macro level, right? Family or cultures that have family values could tend to do better than cultures that don't.
Yeah.
It's just upholding family values above abuse. That statement is iffy for me personally.
It's an
but I
iffy
understand
statement.
what you
It
mean
is.
on a macro level. Like, yes, we should have family values.
100%. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Okay. Well, way to go.
Hi.
How's your day going today, buddy?
It's been going okay. I've just been procrastinating, and then I heard abusive families, and I jumped on.
Based.
Okay. Yes. I'm back.
Wait, can I give you hold on. Pixie, this is just a random thing. Pixie, my dear good friend.
Yeah?
Can I think you do great in conversations, all that blah 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 blah. Okay, that's your compliment sandwich. Can I give you one piece of criticism / feedback?
Go for it.
Okay. I don't think you do this intentionally ever. And I might just hate women actually. Maybe this is where that comes from. But a lot of the time you jump in, you do this inflection or you ask a question and it always comes off as being, in my opinion, it comes off as being really passive aggressive, even though I think you don't mean it that way. Like, I think that sometimes when you come into calls and you want to argue with somebody, I think it would be better for you to just say like, hey, you said this and I disagree with this. Rather than like you do this thing where you phrase it in a question when you first pop in, and I always think like, God damn, like I wonder if people think she sounds really passive aggressive when she says this. I don't think you do it intentionally. It's just like a random thing that I notice when you hop in sometimes.
Okay, so you think next time I should just be like, hey, I noticed you said this statement.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about this? Or I disagree with this.
Yeah. Like everything you just said there sounds fine. But sometimes you'll come in and you're like, hey, I'm just coming in and don't you think that when you say that like families should be abusive, could that be bad? Like when you say things like that, it's like, oh my God, that just feels passive aggressive. Even though I know you don't mean it, that's just like a random thing I get. Whereas if you just come in like, oh, I disagree with this or that, I feel like it sounds better. But that's just my personal feeling on it. But, yeah.
No, I'll try that. I mean, like I get so nervous that sometimes I don't know exactly how like I'm speaking. So that is very useful information. So I can keep that in mind next time I jump on.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problemo. Okay, what's up, Child? You're back. Fenty.
I'm back, Charles.
Okay.
So my main point is that we need to adhere to a culture we can be proud of, right?
Okay.
One that we can look up to. And the thing is, okay, get your mind back to Ferguson 2014. When you ask people, why are you burning down your own community? People would say, like, we're displaced here. There's nothing in the community. There's no jobs or opportunity. Everything's just miserable, right?
Okay.
But to what extent can we as individuals do something about that? So that we can be proud of where we live.
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Yeah, what can we do? If your community has nothing in it, what can you do to fix that?
I don't know, build your community somehow?
Yeah, what would you do? Yes, that's the answer. That's the answer, Steven. What you gonna do? You can't build a factory there, that's for sure.
I mean, the answers are always going to be like, they always are hugely complicated things that feed into each other. So things like valuing education in your family, like it probably starts at home. It starts before home, which is family, which is everything. If you're a parent, like probably the single most important thing you can do to be in control of your destiny and the future of your community is don't have a kid until you're ready. That's probably like the most important thing you can do. So tools like abortion, things like birth control, that's probably like the number one most important thing that like an individual can choose to exercise choice over that it is going to have the biggest direct impact. So that'd be number one, I would say.
Oh my God.
What?
You're so pedantic. That's not what I meant. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. You should make a better, brighter culture for everybody to be happier and merrier, and then you can all like go and like frolic in the forest as you like self-reinforce yourselves by loving families and education and music and all that.
That's not what I mean either, Charlie. You don't know this. Okay, it's fine. I was kind of going for like you can start a club in your community. You can maybe start a choir, or you can go to the school and maybe start a project to plant some flowers.
Yeah, these are all things you can do too. Yeah, I agree. You asked me for one thing. That's the biggest thing. The biggest thing is if you're a woman, okay, don't have a kid until you're ready. That's the number one biggest thing. But past that, there's a ton of like positive contributions you can make to like your local communities and your local culture. Sure, of course, all of those things are acceptable. Yeah.
The thing is that these things are best achieved through which institutions? For the church and schools. So
They can be, yeah. Or they can be achieved through really strong schools as well, right?
But when you are in impoverished tax municipal areas, what's the likelihood your schools are going to be having the funds to do that?
I mean, where does your church get the funds to do it?
From the people giving the church funds. You know how when you go to church, everybody gives money?
Yeah, you do the same shit at school.
Okay.
Right? Did you ever do like school fundraisers where you've got to go and sell tickets to like concerts and shit to family members?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But it's also like the teachers got to also be into it. Like if the teachers hate where they're working and the kids hate it, like you know what I'm saying?
I think that in general, I could be wrong, but I think teachers generally have a lot of passion for what they do. Like especially ones in shitty communities. Like you're not working those jobs because it's like because they pay well and you just like, oh God, like I'm so happy to work at like a poor inner city school. Like I feel like a lot of those teachers, at least young ones, like go in with a lot of passion. Like they really do feel strongly about like improving those communities and the lives of the children.
I hear you.
Okay.
So basically, what I'm getting at is the deeper beliefs and challenges that the way we construct our world. Child. Like, I just really scared for the way of the world right now, because if we're like perpetuating this identity thing in academia, I just feel like we're not gonna be reaching this stuff anytime soon. Especially because the way that the Republicans are trying to do it through like the abortion stuff, like we're just gonna keep having the same conversation about white privilege, and it's just not productive at all. And I just feel like your platform is gonna be a real good one to like actually get this shit straight out.
Absolutely. That's what we do. Champions of like changing black culture here on the Destiny
Stream. This is what DGG is about.
Absolutely.
You know? So like this is I honestly like there's no other place you can, I think, on the internet you can really kind of have this in a productive way. I was kind of hoping other people would have come on to like, I mean they're more than welcome to, because I mean if the abuse thing is the only contention, then like I'm a bit surprised.
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody necessarily disagrees with you. It's always a matter of like, how do you get people to do these things? That's always like the hard thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's easy to change government programs. It's hard to tell families to like change how they behave. Like that's a really complicated thing, you know?
Yeah. The thing is that like I feel like government mitigating poverty is only perpetuating it. Like people have to do it themselves, really.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that?
Do I agree with that? Is that what you just asked me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just a pointless statement, but I mean, like, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
How is it a pointless statement?
Just saying people have to do better, or people have to make the choice.
That's not what I said.
What did you say? Repeat it. I'm sorry.
I said governments trying to mitigate poverty is only perpetuating it. It's only going to perpetuate it.
Well, wait, what was the last thing you said? That's not what you said. You said
that is what I said. People have to do it themselves.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You said, and that is what you said. People have to do it themselves.
Okay, but but what do you think of the first part? Is what I'm getting at.
I think government should probably try to mitigate poverty as much as they can. I don't think that's necessarily like causing people to be in poverty, but we probably have to change the culture on like how we deal with these issues too. But like you want to have people feel empowered and stuff, right?
Right. I just feel like we need. But okay, here's my policy brief.
Okay.
Instead of trying to push people into the military and schooling, we need to get entrepreneurship into the school system. We need to get people starting thinking about businesses and like feeling that they can do this shit.
Okay.
They can do it. You can build it. You can be whoever you want to be.
I don't know if telling everybody to start your own business. That's like some DJ Khaled shit.
Oh, okay, come on. The thing is that I feel like, okay, listen, these communities, they don't have jobs because there's no small businesses. And because it's very hard to start up a business in a place where there's no middle class, right?
Yeah, but so people aren't just going to
somewhere.
start a business there, right? They're probably going to move to wealthier neighborhoods and do it, right?
So what happens is that like a lot of white people with a lot of money invests into something, some kind of coffee thing. And the thing is that like the jobs don't actually get given to the people that are living there because they just start employing things through clientelism, right? That's what usually how gentrification works, and suddenly now the profits are up, the property prices are up, and now people are displaced and they didn't get to benefit from that development.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh my
okay,
God.
I just want to
You're
push
so
back
annoying.
one more
Go.
time. So Fenty, when you're talking about how government mitigating poverty actually worsens it, that's not factually true in a lot of cases. There's very clear examples where government can help mitigate poverty and help people get out of poverty. So one of the most obvious ones that I can think of, or one of the ones where there's like been some research on, is, for example, housing vouchers, but not just like income aid. Oh, sorry, I forgot what exactly the title is. Like whatever.
Section 8.
Basically, Section 8. That's the word. Yeah. Housing vouchers, but it's not specifically that. It's making sure that those vouchers, that people are able to move into economic communities where there's like basically economic growth, and be able to afford housing there. So, for example, when we look at like the long-term effects that has on people who move to those areas as well as the children, the chances of them moving to the next income bracket like drastically increases. So when you say, oh, like, look, the government can't help, et cetera, well, that's a clear example of how the government can help.
Pixie, you're so right. I walk back in that. You're true. Okay. Government can mitigate it. That is very true. But what I'm saying is that it needs to regulate it in a way so that people have an ability to start up for themselves. It's about like getting people to actualization, right?
Okay.
So you mean like self-sustaining, or eventually?
Yeah. So that people.
Self-sustaining?
The main thing is that people are not able to produce things more than themselves. All the money is going to their car and is going to their property, right? So we need to make sure that people are able to move on beyond that.
Okay.
I feel like the best way to do that is just by perpetuating businesses.
Wow.
Wow.
Do you agree with
Steven, you're so not into it. You're not into it.
Well, okay, it's just okay, the advice just doesn't do anything. That's the issue, right? Like, people need to start businesses. Okay, well, how?
I just gave a good idea.
Okay, how? Name it again. Go ahead. I'm fully engaged now. Now you give me 100%. Go. Okay. Now I'm gonna tear into you. Okay, because you said I'm not. Yeah. Go. Go ahead.
The government needs. Okay. Well, I talk about government regulation. It needs to regulate in a way so that people have the ability to do that.
Wait, whoa. That statement meant nothing. What do you mean? The government needs to regulate in a way so people have the ability. People can't do it because they don't have capital, right? When we get back to issues like generational wealth,
increase people's capital.
Okay, so the government has done that, right? So in the United States, I'm pretty sure Biden, didn't he just make historic investments into the black community by making some exclusively black available loans for black entrepreneurs or black businesses?
That's perfect. That's what I'm talking about.
That's good. Okay, so that's one step. Okay, cool. So that is like being worked on, sure.
Yeah, and then we need to make more council houses so that
council houses suck. Even in the UK, aren't council houses kind of shit? Well, no, I mean like having like having. Hold on, I'm sorry. That was just what I just said was just fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Having housing available for poor people is really important. Arguably one of the most important things. I agree with that as well. Like being able to subsidize poor people so that they can afford housing is paramount. Is probably the most important thing for sure. I agree with that.
So this is what I'm saying. We need to do more of this rather than telling people that like.
Yeah, we are doing this, but I want you to be aware, now you've completely reversed course from your original position, which is now you're saying like, okay, we need big investments in the government in order to do entrepreneurship. We need big subsidies from the government for like Section 8 housing. Now your answer has changed entirely to we need to do whatever we can like with the government in order to fix these issues. Whereas it feels like before when you came in, you were like, we need to do what we can culturally because the government's not going to fix these issues.
No. I didn't walk back on anything. It's a full picture, man. It's the full picture. So we can't. Okay,
wait. I agree with the full picture too, but that was my thing. Well, yeah, I agree. It's the full picture. Like we need to encourage changes from the families and the culture, but also like there does need to be some amount of government assistance as well because these people are starting from very far behind, right?
And the thing is that the government, like the thing is, we never give credit where credit's due, right? Especially on the left.
Okay.
Like, we don't ever talk about the good things the government does, for instance. We're always talking about this, the system is racist all the time, right?
Okay.
And the thing is, I feel like that is what got, Ronald Reagan, he had that whole thing of like, oh, yo, Reagan, what happened to the war on poverty? He said, well, I guess poverty won then. Because it's just like, whenever you try to do anything about it, people are never going to be happy.
Yeah, victimization is bad. We shouldn't
going to burn their stuff down.
Yeah, we shouldn't have people that victimize themselves.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Why would the government invest in a place that they know that in a few years they're going to burn down because a police there's another riot happening for whatever reason?
Gotcha. Sure.
So we need to hold our culture accountable. And the thing, okay, one thing that I do think is an American thing. Y'all are so quick to violence, more than any other democratic, like, developed place.
In the United States?
Yeah, the United States is crazy. Like, y'all go straight to violence as soon as you don't like something.
I don't think that's true, but okay.
I think that's very true.
Bro, you kill yourselves over like football players over there, okay? Calm down, chill, okay?
No, okay, that's only the men. And that's a very distinct amount of people, but like, listen.
Okay, only half your population, the men, I'm sorry. Okay, my bad.
No, okay, listen.
Listening.
We don't kill ourselves over that. We don't. That's it's a football match at a time, okay?
Okay,
but the
gotcha.
thing is, you guys, an election happens and you storm your capital.
That happened one time in U.S. history, okay? Chill.
That was a few years ago, so clearly there's a problem.
Yeah, there is.
And,
Sure.
and the thing is that the state knows that people have the ability to do so because of the Second Amendment, right? That's the whole point.
Yes,
that we have guns so that we can
Hell yeah, we do.
keep our institutions in check, right? Because you're going to get
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah,
Pelosi, watch out, right?
Well, Jesus Christ, not like that, but I know what you mean.
Well, that's what they were trying to do, was it not? They tried to storm the Capitol so they could kill Pelosi.
They just wanted to get AOC shoes, okay? It was a mission
Okay.
it was a mission of peace, okay?
That's what it is. That's what it is, okay? The thing is,
out of curiosity, earlier when you were talking about like, oh, why would the government invest in a place that is just going to burn itself down in a couple of years? I was wondering if you can think of any examples of places that were like doing economically prosperously or were improving by a lot that then like burned itself down. If you can think of.
Suppose 2011 in London, we had riots there for the same thing because policemen shot Mark Duggan, and then people went to the streets and burned everything down.
And so specifically in the UK?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know much about UK.
Wait, hold on, wait. Repeat that last thing again. I'm sorry, go. What did you just say about the UK? Go.
Okay, so Pixie asked, is there a place where it is economically prosperous and they're still burning themselves down? And I said the riots in 2011 when the police killed Mark Duggan, and then there was a Black Lives Matter riot. Well, before Black Lives, it was a black riot.
Okay, but that was in response to like a particular event, right?
Yeah, but like on all kind of protests in response to particular events, most of them.
Well, I'm just saying it's not like they were. Or wait, Pixie, is your question like, do you think that places that are economically prosperous are resistant to all kinds of rioting, or?
No, I don't think they're resistant to all kind of rioting. I just think if you have people who are, let's say protesting against like violence of the police, or because of like, poverty or things like that, they're not going to be very likely to burn themselves down if they're doing economically prosperously, because they would just be self-harming at that point. So it's usually, or at least when I see riots in giant scale, usually those areas or neighborhoods or places where people feel like they have nothing left to lose, which is why they go to such extreme measures. I don't think it's and that's why I'm asking, maybe I'm wrong. Very often where people are doing prosperously, where they burn themselves down, if that makes sense.
Where they, oh, that's a complicated question.
He's gonna get banned again.
Who's gonna get it? Why? I'm not gonna get banned. I'm on fucking YouTube. Chill, child. Okay, calm the fuck down. Okay. People are saying that those riots were mainly in Woolwich and Peckham and Woolwich.
Woolwich.
Are these really wealthy areas? Are they actually like super wealthy?
No, very impoverished, very for sure.
Well, wait. Then it sounds like then it wasn't economically prosperous areas that were rioting. It was.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, I gotta think of an economically prosperous area where they're burning it down. Is that what you're saying?
I feel like that doesn't generally happen except for maybe downtownish areas, because that's just where people go and gather. But I don't know if they're like wealthy suburbs that are like burning themselves down, right?
Okay, I can't think of a recent one, but I know in the 60s for sure y'all burned down Washington, D.C.
In the 60s, we burned down Washington, D.C.? Fuck,
Yeah,
did we?
did.
Am I a dumb
Yeah,
fuck?
you did.
What is,
It's
can
wild,
you, okay,
dog.
I don't know any of my U.S. history, so you're gonna have to explain that a little bit to me, yeah.
Okay, so when...
Pixie.
Yeah.
Well, can I just build off something that Pixie said?
Wait, I want to know, wait, no, wait, I want to know we burned down in Washington, D.C. My U.S. history sucks, so tell me, what do we burn down in Washington, D.C.?
When the baby boy, MLK, died,
Yeah.
we all went to the streets and burned this shit down. And that's what happened.
Okay.
The thing is that at the time there was a lot of displacement going on where white people were moving out of the cities and black people were moving up from the south. Okay, so when you get, and the thing is that when you get to
Okay, there were riots
cities,
in DC in '68 after MLK was assassinated. Was it really? Did they really
on
burn
fire.
down DC? Was it like as
it
bad
was
as
on
like
fire.
the whole? Okay,
Thanks.
all right, maybe. Okay,
Oh,
I don't know. Okay,
okay.
gotcha.
Missed it.
Looting and arson. Like, was this as bad as like the LA riots or like the BLM riots or anything, or was it
Oh,
just?
you betcha. That's why
Okay.
that is
the
the reason
DC
why.
Fire and Emergency Medical Services reported 1,180 fires between March 30th and April 14th as arsonists set buildings ablaze. Okay, so yeah, it was pretty fucked. Okay, gotcha. All right.
1,000, child.
Gotcha.
1,000.
Over at that. That's facts. Okay, thank you. Gotcha. Okay, cool.
I
I
don't
learned
know.
a little
I
bit.
feel kind of skeptical, like at least when it comes to DC specifically.
Oh yeah, do you? I'm so sorry. I don't know why I said that. Go ahead. No, just ignore I said that. I'm sorry. Wait, let her finish. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I said
DC is
that.
like a political capital, right? So I feel like
Wait,
I don't
careful.
know.
That's not necessarily true. There's a lot of people that live in DC that are in like rough areas and shit. Like,
oh
it's
no,
not
no,
just,
I'm
like-
not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that with like, I feel like riots or let's say burning down DC or that specific area holds more of like a. Well, I guess all riots have political sentiment, right? I don't know. I think where I was going was with was that it's more of a political statement towards DC and what's happening like there, or like the fact like, does that make sense? I feel like I'm stumbling here, but
Sure.
like, do you guys see where I'm getting at?
I understand. You're good,
Yeah,
child.
it's not like people are necessarily just like their own house per se.
Uh-huh.
Well,
See, building
okay.
off of what you said, and something, this is a question that I wanted to ask you. It's Fenty, right?
Yeah.
What do you think the like social and economic conditions are that lead to people rioting?
So what is happening is so the reason they riot in the cities they're okay with burning it down is because there is no infrastructure there in the first place, right? So there is really nothing to lose. Does that make sense? And the thing is, okay, since social media it's a bit different, but the only way to get people to react to the systemic racism that is prevalent and real is to make enough ruckus so that we get media coverage of what the hell is going on. Does that make sense?
Yes, I agree. I agree with that. Like that usually is the purpose of a riot, insofar as there can be a purpose or whatever. It's to draw attention to like economic deprivation or social conditions that have just degraded so much that people feel like this is the only way that attention can be brought to these issues is to burn it all down effectively.
What I'm saying is that all you gotta do is get your money up.
Right, but you said earlier that governments trying to mitigate poverty is only perpetuating it.
Yeah, and I walk back on that.
Yeah, keep
right.
up.
Okay, why?
I did.
So
I promise.
Yep, she did.
yeah, I know. But what was the thing that like made you change your mind?
What Pixie said. She was
What did Pixie
okay.
say?
So I got a bit reductive. I was all like, all government mitigation is wrong. But Pixie said, Pixie and Destiny used the Joe Biden thing of propping up black businesses in particular, and that helps people to build capital for themselves.
Right. I think that's where our like contention is like, why do you think that more people within more black people and black Americans or black people where like in the UK aren't trying to start small businesses themselves? Because it sounds like you were saying earlier, it's like a lack of a strong enough mentality. Do you think it's that?
No, I had a whole thing of family security net. We don't have generational wealth, so we need to focus on building that first. So the generation after us can do that. It's the whole process. Like this is gonna take like maybe a decade or two.
I think it will take a lot longer than that.
But no, we can do it in 10 years if we focus. If
it only takes 10 years, why haven't these communities done it already?
Because we can't focus. Because we don't have like this is why I'm saying that like if we had an institution like the church where we could still like adhere to values and like actually like collectively work on building our community rather than like this whole individualistic like having sex with anybody, and now we have like a lot of bastardized children and like it's just all a mess. It's just a mess, child. Like the thing is that like if you look at all other communities, right, they are instilled in values. okay, even though they're not adhering to them now, like that's the foundations of where they've come from, and that's why we have Destiny over here, big Cuban family. You know, everything's all well. He's got his connections. Like if his streaming stuff falls off and he loses all his money, he's gonna be okay, right, Stephen?
Yeah, not because of my family, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
like
if you
comparatively,
lost
what's a
everything.
successful demographic that you're saying has like better values than black people right now?
All of them.
Name one.
What do you mean? I literally
Because
like,
you're
looking
saying
at
like these
anything.
other like quote unquote communities. You're saying like look at them, they're prosperous, they have businesses, they have
Well, I use the
generational wealth,
Nigerian anecdote.
they have
We have generational wealth in our in the Nigerian communities because we hold family high. If you get homeless, you will be okay.
So there's generational wealth that you would say like Nigeria is an economically prosperous area then?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that people have safety net of family.
Okay. I thought when you were saying that you were appealing to like a demographic entirely. I don't know if did you mean like an entire ethnic group, or a racial group, or like a country or a state, or what did you mean?
I mean like wait. What are you trying to wait, can you repeat that? I'm confused.
Because you're saying that some of the issues within the black communities lie in the fact that there aren't strong enough values guiding them and undergirding them to support them as like a strong enough infrastructure to will the people within these communities to build economic prosperity independently. And that you contrast this against other demographics and other communities of people. So what other communities are you contrasting them against that you're saying have these things? And because I want to know like what demographics are you talking about, and what are the values that are helping them?
But I'm just talking about like every other one in general, like white people, Hispanic people, like they just tends to be more focused on family.
Well, we could go with either one of those. Like I'm Hispanic, but if you want to go with like white people, okay, like what values do you think white people have that black people don't have that are helping them economically?
They have family. They have generational wealth. Like they don't have. Okay, listen. White people don't have to adhere to these values because they already are prosperous.
Exactly, that's my point.
So we need to.
Why are you fixating on like wanting to instill the values if you're saying that the values don't even matter and that it really just comes back to the fact that
the values matter to build safety nets so we can reach prosperity. Okay, they already have prosperity, so they can do whatever they want. We need.
What's an example of some of these like positive values?
An example of positive values?
Yeah. That will help create generational wealth.
Sure. So when you have, okay, if you have a big family, right, and your cousin falls off, and they need to pay their bills, you have a lot of family to reach out to help them out. So they're not gonna end up on the street, and you have people to hold your back. You have that safety net of unconditional love that is gonna get you out of there. That's what families do, for better or worse. You're together.
That's so interesting to me because I feel like in American culture, like a lot of that is not in place. Like individualism is super hardcore here. There's this whole idea that you're supposed to kick out your children at 18 so that they can like rise from their bootstraps and like continue to grow or whatever. So I'm not sure if that's necessarily true that like America has strong family values as a whole, because there is like this intense culture of individualism. You have a bunch of people who don't want to take care of their parents because they're like, why the fuck should I? Like, I'm my own person. I shouldn't be beholden to them. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical about wealth coming from family values when we see people who struggle with these values at all but still have immense wealth.
And when you say like these safety nets that these other that are present within other racial demographics and communities, I think you're conflating like a social support and like a familial support with like an economic safety net, and those are not the same things. Like you can have an extended amount of family, but that doesn't necessarily mean that if you hit hard times economically that they're going to support you economically. They'll be able to offer you social support, but they're not going to be able to necessarily like give you money or like close a poverty gap for you.
Having a place to stay is so important. Like it's not like the abstract is that you are going to be okay. You're not going to die if you fail at this. Life is not over if you fail. There's someone that is going to be there for you no matter what.
And
That's
you
what
think
family is
black people?
about.
You think
I
black
feel-
people are so atomized that there's nobody within black families right now that black people can turn to within their own families to hear that
It's
message?
not necessarily a black issue in that sense, but I'm saying is that the underclass of what is happening with systemic racism, a way to get out of that is to have that safety net so that people can move up the class brackets. Does that make sense? I'm not saying
Stability and, like, at-home stability is important.
I'm not saying that it's a problem with black people, but if we want to get out of the racial economic disparity, we need that safety net. Does that make sense?
Yes,
No,
but I wouldn't refer
it's
to it as a
generally an
safety net. I would just say
American
it's like like social support. Because when I think safety net, I think like economic safety nets. I think social programs and like government
Yeah,
programs.
we're on a total let's catch Stevie Boy up. So basically, we're on like individualism that is in America, right? That they like what they're saying is that like we're so individual that like we'll put our parents in our homes. We're not really like family values are not instilled in America as a whole rather than like a black issue. And I'm saying is that if you're in the underclass and you want to move up from the racial economic disparities of systemic racism, the one way that you can do that is to build a safety net for yourself, and that is through family values. That's my hypothesis. I'm not saying that we have an intrinsic issue wrong with family values that is inherent to black people, but if we want to, we are affected not by economics and itself, but also racism. So if we want to be strong and get over that, we have to. You can't do it by yourself. You gotta know that you're gonna be okay when you try. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but like you said, at the end of the day, if it comes down to like a lack of access to capital or money, I don't know how having like a spouse or like a roommate is going to be able to help you alleviate that.
I have a cousin. Like families are big. Like it's not. It doesn't have to be like a spouse. Like it's
Or
not
a
just you
cousin,
and
or
your
like
wife.
any person that you
As long
that
as
you
you
pull
have
out
a
of the
place to
social
stay.
network.
You have a place to stay. Yeah.
Well, that will help you. That will help you avoid homelessness, but that will that necessarily help boost you economically forward? I'm like you're talking about the difference between avoiding a descent into houselessness or homelessness, or are you talking about something that's going to be able to propel you forward?
Don't want to take risks. Is it not? Would you not agree, Destiny?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
The fear of homelessness is that not a reason why people don't want to try and risk it all and do something, right? So if you know that you are gonna lose everything if you get this stuff wrong, you're not gonna take that risk because it's not worth it. You'd rather just do your 9 to 5 and not move up your class bracket.
It probably helps a little bit, yeah.
He's so out of it.
I'm trying to figure out how to set up these fucking nuclear reactors, okay? I don't know how to. Oh, God.
I'm sorry, Steven. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
No, I'm sorry. I got you. You are right. People feel more empowered to take risks when they have more safety nets at home, right? That's one of the big reasons why people are empowered to go to school. School is a bit of a risk. You have to spend 4 to 5 years in a class and not earning any money or doing anything. You're only empowered to do that if your family is like decently well off financially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Steven, are we boring you?
No, I don't know how to use this. I don't know how to do this.
You keep saying that you feel like there's a lack of, I guess, church being centered as like a pillar within these impoverished communities.
I'm using it as an example of how we can do that.
But I feel like Black Americans at least are some of the most religious people within our society right now. So like they're already going to church, right?
The values are okay. I'm just saying.
That's what I would ask you. Like, what's going on? Like, they are going to church already. So they're doing these things.
You tell me.
Well,
okay, that's my hypothesis. So you can bring something else up of how we can do it.
Well, no, I'm just asking you that if you were saying earlier, and this is your hypothesis, like that churches are going to be like a mainstay institution and need to be centered around like the Black family to help instill like the proper values, quote unquote, within Black Americans to help them escape poverty. Well, they're already going to church. They're already some of the most like religious Americans. So like, why hasn't that happened yet?
Going to church is not enough. You actually have to apply the scripture to your life. You have to follow it. You have to do the sex and marriage. You have to do the building family. You have to do the don't steal and all that stuff.
And what
if people were control, I'm just saying that we need strong control. We need strong leadership, and I'm just saying the church is a good institution to do that, because I don't see any kind of authoritarian big boy coming to be the leader. Like we don't have no MLK, we don't have no Malcolm X right now. So like what can we turn to? We can't turn to Stephen. Could he lead the black people to economic prosperity? I don't know.
Hell yeah, I could.
I think that Stephen could single-handedly lead a revolution of black people personally.
March revolution. Yes,
Oh,
my
God.
queen.
Oh no.
Hi, Annalise.
Jesus fucking kill me.
I love Annalisa. Oh,
I guess I just don't understand like what like prescription from like scripture or like gospel or something within these churches or whatever that's going to be like so
important
that would help overcome these like generational wealth gaps and like poverty that like why hasn't it happened already?
It's adhering to lifestyle, okay? It's adhering to what you value, and I'm just saying is if you want to escape abject poverty as for your children, you're gonna need to appreciate the family values a lot more, and that's adhering to what Alicia was saying of like black men need to stop leaving their women. We need to stop having single mothers, because this is just perpetuating poverty.
Wait a minute. That's a myth. All of that's a myth.
You brought up
What do
single
you
mothers.
mean?
Now
What are you
you're
talking
fucked.
about?
Now you're completely fucked.
That's a stereotype. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Mothers have
She's calling me out.
no
She's
responsibility.
calling me out.
It's all on
This
the
is not
fathers.
This is not the dunk that she thinks it is. It's because she thinks that because Black Americans aren't married. Hey, can I finish? Hey, can I finish? Because you asked me.
Data has already proved.
Make it funny.
You said that because Black Americans aren't married, that means that they're necessarily absent from their children's lives, and I was telling you that that's not the case.
That's not what I said.
Okay, what did you say then?
I said that absenteeism is at the top of the list in terms of what's negatively contributing to the community, the culture, family values, and the nuclear family. That's what I said.
Ooh.
But you were overstating the extent to which absenteeism is even a disproportionate
I wasn't
issue within the
overstating
Black
it.
community.
If anything, you were understating it, because Lav came up
No,
and she
I just
really had the
plainly
receipts, and
stated
she
it
said,
as
"Hey,
it is.
once a month, that's a really low bar." So if we know
I'm
that the
not
bar
talking-
is low,
I don't know what Lav said or
I
whatever,
don't even understand why you're arguing with her and you're saying, "Hey, I don't understand what the issue is," but then on the other hand, you're saying I'm overstating absenteeism.
Oof.
Like what?
You were, because in the previous discussion that we had, you said it's the #1 problem facing Black Americans today is like an absence of Black fathers in their lives, and like
the whole time.
yeah, I know, I disagree with it because it's not even true.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Why is it not true? Why is it not true? Straight as what's your name? Straight.
My ad is straighterade.
Yeah.
Right.
Why
So
is
it's
it
a
not
myth.
It's
So
not
prove
true, because
that
using-
it's a myth, please.
Prove that the onus should be on you to prove that it's the problem, first of all, since you're the one making the affirmative claim. But if I'm going to
No. You said that it was a stereotype, right? You said that
Yeah, it is a
absenteeism
stereotype.
in the
Yep.
Black community, father engagement, father involvement, paternal involvement. You said all of these things are a myth. All of these, it's just a trope, a stereotype. You have to prove that.
Well, first of all, again, you were the one who made the claim that it's the #1 problem facing Black Americans. So one, you should have been the one to prove that, and now you're putting the onus on me to disprove something that you haven't even proved in the first place.
We did prove it. 70%. And then when you said, "Oh, but they're the most engaged and they're the most active fathers," and then
Yeah,
when
I
we
told you that
streamlined that and when we
70%
really
are
looked into what
unmarried.
that meant,
70% are unmarried.
hold on. When we looked into what that meant, what did she say? She said that these fathers are seeing their kids on average. How many times a month? Once a month, right? On average?
Did you even
my
because
position
Lab
was,
makes that
my
claim that it's
position
true?
was
What data
that
was she
is an
even citing?
extremely low bar. My position is you can't quantify how that is positively contributing to the black. Like you can't qualify anything.
So you can't
And
quantify
more
it, but you know
importantly,
that
is
it's the #1
self-reporting.
problem facing Black Americans.
Steven, didn't the guy in the suit yesterday? Didn't he say that self-reports are not? What did he say about self-reports again?
He didn't like them very much.
Or did you say that they're so if you're not reliable when it comes to
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Just because he says that you can't rely on self-supporting data, I guess that we can.
No, because like you're a hypocrite. But I'm telling you that self-reports, if you're predicating your argument on self-reports, you don't see the problem with that objectively?
There's ways to do self-report data that is valid. So, for example, if you're able to like randomize it, like the participants.
It wasn't randomized. Whoever's talking, did you look at the study?
Well, no, I haven't been.
Okay, then I'm not having this conversation with you.
Okay, Anna, if you're gonna say self-reports don't count, I'm giving you an example
average,
when it
these
gets count.
fathers,
Okay, chill.
These fathers are seeing their children once a month. Like, are you guys serious?
What's? Can you cite me? Can you send or like cite the study?
No, you can do your own homework. I'm not going to do your homework for you. You think that it's a stereotype and a myth? Go ahead and prove it.
Goodness me.
You sound delusional.
You just made the claim that black fathers
like the white women, they're delusional.
Once a month.
Delusional.
If you're making the claim that black fathers are only seeing their children
I
once a
didn't
month,
make
I'm
the
asking you
claim.
what
The study
what
made the
citation
claim.
is. Okay, what's the study then?
Google it. Look it up. I'm
If
not your
you're-
mother.
okay,
Do
so
your
you're just gonna
homework.
bring up
You're
the
the one
study
who
and
thinks it's a stereotype, right?
What?
You think it's a stereotype based on what?
Hey, you guys are referencing a study that hasn't even been sent yet. Send the fucking studies so that we can know what you're referencing.
Oh my God, why do y'all not gonna read it?
Pixie,
I know
we
y'all
have to
not
do our
gonna
own
read
homework.
it. What's the point? What's
Yeah,
the point?
yes. Do your own homework.
What's the point?
Do your own homework. Absolutely. Do it yourself.
That's true. I'm on Annalisa's side. I do. If you want.
Guys, I think the sky is like purple with aliens in it. What? You don't believe me? Do your
Okay,
own
whoa!
homework.
Let's
Oh my God.
everybody. We're gonna all.
Guys, so just do your own homework.
Let's
Forget
all.
anything.
Wait. Let's all bring it in. Okay. Everybody, calm down. Okay.
Hold on, Steven. Wait, let me ask you a question. So I come in to the room and she's talking about, well, I don't understand. Aren't black people the most engaged in the church? That was also my point. So I like the way that you kind of like, I like what you did. But why is she also arguing that, okay, so they have all of these sort of social structures, right? They have these apparatus. They have the church. They have, they have family. But again, she's also arguing that, oh, then I don't understand why is the black community in the state that it's in? But then she's also saying that absenteeism is a stereotype and a myth. Do you understand how?
To be clear,
when I asked you for the study, you said, "Oh, go find it yourself."
Yeah,
How about I tell you that I have two studies that say the opposite, and I tell you to go Google it?
You think I'm going to do anything that you asked me to do? I already know. I've already read the studies. Like, stop. I don't care what you have to say.
Then I'd be super
You're
interested to read the studies
delusional.
too, then, so why don't you just
You
link
are
it?
delusional. I'm not going to have this argument with a white lady talking about
Hey, hold on,
absenteeism
chill.
I'm not
is
white.
a myth and a stereotype.
white.
You're delusional.
I'm not white.
She's not white.
What are you?
I'm Hispanic.
What is that? That's not a race. What is that?
I'm Mexican. Oh, God.
What is that?
I'm Mexican American. If you think that people treat me like that I'm white, then you're wrong.
Mexican.
Huh?
What race is Mexican?
I said I'm Mexican. That's an ethnicity. But I'm saying that I'm not white.
How are you not white? Is my point.
Do you honestly
You think
that
if she's
Hispanic people
Mexican, she's
navigate
fucking
this world
white?
like white people?
Well,
I'm sorry. Are Mexicans fucking? Are you guys out of your minds? Are they black?
No, but they're not.
I never said that they're black. I'm saying that they're not white. We're not white.
Right. Okay. And so.
No. Can you agree she's not fucking white, Annalisa?
Come from.
Annalisa, don't skip over your stupidity. She's not fucking white. Admit it.
And quit bringing up my race as an excuse to not engage with my points.
First of all, who's talking about stupidity? Shut the hell up. No one's even having this conversation with you.
You clearly are, because I'm in the fucking room. You are now.
Don't sit here and try to tell me that Mexican.
You are directly talking to me.
You guys are pop. You guys are friggin' delusional. That's why you can't have conversations with friggin' with white ladies.
Angry black woman stereotype.
Hold on.
And you're a Karen. You're a delusional Karen.
Wait, why did she leave? Wait, no, that lady wasn't
Karen.
white either. Okay, hold on. You're seeing white people everywhere, and there are not as many in here as I think. I'm like me and Pixie are the only white people.
Right, because Mexican is black.
No one said Mexican is black, but you hold on. Wait. Nobody said that Mexican was black, but you called her white, and she's not white.
So what? I'm sorry. What is Mexican?
I'm just saying she's not white.
What is Mexican?
Mexican is okay. Stop. Let me answer. Mexican is a nationality in the United States.
That's right. That is right.
Yeah.
And in nationalities, you could be black, you could be white, you could be biracial. Okay, so which one is she?
Okay, let's apply a little bit of common sense here. Somebody says they're Mexican. What do you think they look like? If you had to guess.
I would think that they look European.
Well, what does European mean to you? Does that
White.
include like?
European looks white to me.
Okay,
What do
have you
mean?
ever been to Mexico or seen a single person in your life that describes themselves as Mexican?
Yeah.
And they're all
Yes,
white?
I absolutely have.
Is that how white Canada
guess
is?
what?
Or
Guess what? They're not black.
no?
There's no confusing that.
Who are you talking to here?
Whoever's talking to me, I'm talking to you, Steven.
Okay, hold on. Well, you're not talking to me because I never said that Mexicans were black. I don't think anybody in here said Mexicans were black. So I don't know why you've said 4 times now Mexican isn't black. Nobody said Mexican is black.
You're trying to argue that they're what? I think what are they?
Let me catch you up. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm catching up to your own statements. You said, "Are you white or aren't you white?" Or you called her white. She's not white. She's from Mexico.
Right.
She's Hispanic.
Right, and that's a nationality. I'm not asking about your nationality. I'm asking about your race.
Okay, I don't know if it's some blend of mestizo or castizo or how the fucking Mexican shit. I don't know if she's done a fucking 23andMe on it, but she's not white, right?
Okay, so you don't know then. She doesn't know then.
I do know. I know what she looks like, and I know she's not white. I can look at her. She's not white.
Okay.
So unless
I'm pretty sure I've seen her. I'm pretty sure I've seen her too. I'm pretty sure I've seen her too. I'm pretty sure
I didn't realize that you're the expert on what my ethnicity and race is. Oh, okay, cool.
Wait, hold on. We've made a justification. I just want to see. Hold on. I'm super curious now. I'm sending you a YouTube video. Would you describe this person as white?
He's gonna say yes.
Like the same skin tone.
Okay, here you go. Tell me if this person is white to you. I'm curious if you would say this person is white.
Skin check me.
Are you putting it on the screen? Where am I looking?
Sure. I sent you a YouTube link. You can look at my video.
Can you put it so I can just see it on
It's on
the
my
screen now?
Oh, sure. It's on my stream. Yeah, there she is.
On your stream, I can't.
It's
I can only
it's
see.
catching up. It's catching up. Do you see it yet? Are you okay? How far behind is the stream for you?
All I see is the people who are in this call.
Oh, I can't show it in here. You have to either look at my stream or you've got to look at the link that I sent you. Are you doing that or is this?
She doing? I think.
Yeah, no, I saw. I'm sorry, I can see it.
Okay. Is this a white person to you?
I mean, you guys look like you could be cousins. I don't know.
Okay, Annalicia, I hate to inform you of this, but you are also a white person then. Do you understand that?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
Let's
all right,
go
we're
with
all
that.
white. I'm glad. We're all white in here then. Okay,
No,
that's
we-
great.
we can go
I'm
with
glad
that.
we're on the same page, except for maybe
Wait, listen.
Fenty.
If absenteeism is a stereotype and a myth,
Uh-huh.
listen, I'll live in your delusion. We could do that
No,
all
no.
day. That's fine.
The reason why you even brought up my race is because why exactly? I don't understand how that's even relevant to any of my arguments. Why did you bring up my race in the first place, Annalicia?
I guess it's relevant because you being white, having absolutely no experience, no true
I'm not
insight
white.
in the field, probably has to do with it. Yeah, probably.
We just established she wasn't white.
No, you guys
Okay.
established
Yeah.
that.
Anna, you
Have you
can
ever
look
been
at a
to Black
mirror and
church?
then look at her. Like you guys are.
I come in here and she's having a conversation with Fenty talking about, oh well, black people are the most involved in the church. So what's the problem? I don't understand why da. But then last week she's talking about, oh no, absenteeism isn't really the problem that you guys think it is.
If I were a little bit darker, and I said the same thing, what would you say then? How about
I'm not speaking to you.
You're
Full
in a
stop.
Discord room with everybody. Of course you're speaking to all of us. What do you mean?
No, I can.
Let me see if I can get this.
What do you mean?
Let me try and relay this. Let me relay this. Okay, so because you don't have the life experience of being a black person, you're not gonna understand what Annalicia is saying.
Okay,
So
no
when you come
offense.
in-
Hold on.
I never claimed to
Hold on. Okay? No offense, but Fenty or Anna, neither of you can really speak to the black African American experience in the United States, but both of
I
you
just told you why, and you said, "Oh yeah, I agree with you that it's a international thing." We know what. We
Wait,
know what
hold on.
systemic racism is.
For the sake of
We know
that,
what
no. For the sake of that
It's
conversation and talking about like global blackness, there is an international conversation to be had there. But the plight of the African American in the United States is not an international phenomenon. That is very unique to the United States. It's not just
Oh, I'm sorry. Unique in terms of what?
Unique in terms of if you have no experience being in the United States, it's going to be hard for you.
What is unique about the African American experience compared to that of the Caribbean and other northern countries?
That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't know just because you have.
No, he knows. Actually, he can let him.
What do they have in
common?
I think he doesn't. I think he doesn't.
Qualify.
I think because he's.
Wait,
I think for most
right?
people, if you've never experienced racism, you've never had somebody call you a nigga, they would say that you don't really know the black experience in America.
That's absurd. I know people who are black as
No,
night
don't tell me what's
who have
absurd.
never been called nigga. So we're not going to qualify niggadom or being black, whether it be because you've been called a nigga. That's ridiculous.
It's something that you clearly can't understand. You don't know what that experience
I'm waiting for Stephen to answer my question.
You want the white guy to answer you, right? That's what you fucking want. Yeah, go ahead. You talk to Destiny.
What's unique about it?
Harry's fun.
Yes, white boy, you tell us.
Right?
I don't have to talk.
What's unique about it?
Stephen, please tell us.
The history of the descendants of black slaves in the United States, okay, and the entire culture that they were brought up in and created, and the relationship they have to the United States and the rest of the world is unique to the African American in the United States versus black people around the world at large.
Right, and how do you know that? How do you know that? Have you been to the Caribbean? Like, how
is it because you're white?
Like, how do you? I'm curious to know how you would know.
First of all, hold on. Which Caribbean countries have you been to?
Trinidad.
Okay. So I've been to, I think in Mexico, parts of it count as the Caribbean, right? Like, does Cancun count?
No, it does not.
Does not? Okay. What about,
Cancun's Mexico.
What's the little island? What about Aruba? Does that count to you?
As the Caribbean?
Yeah.
I was born and raised in
So
Puerto
do you think
Rico.
that, wait, did you, wait,
different.
stop. Did you say no?
I did.
Okay, what counts as the Caribbean to you?
Oh, okay. Well, this is your.
No, hold on. You're arguing. No, stop. You're arguing for the sake of argument. Okay, chill.
Yeah,
okay?
Aruba is absolutely a Caribbean island.
Of course it
okay,
is.
It's a Caribbean island. Fine. So you went there. What did you see?
Actually,
hold on,
Mexico
wait.
is part of it too.
Hold on, I just want to.
You brought it up.
Okay,
You
I
said
will
it
bring it up. Let me
before.
argue. Shut the fuck up for a second. Jesus fucking Christ, okay? I'll argue this if you want, but before we go down this road, I want you to make the profoundly stupid statement that you think that the African American experience in the United States, that's not a unique black experience. It's more or less similar across the entire world. First, I want you to make that positive statement, and then I'll fight against it. But I need to hear you say it first, so I don't list a whole bunch of shit for why you're obviously wrong, and you go, oh, well, I never said that, Stephen. So I want to hear you say that first. You think that the African American, the black African American experience in the United States, that's like a pretty universal black experience around the world. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
No, I want to hear Annalise. Did you say yes?
Sorry. I believe that the black diaspora, yes, is absolutely shares universalities. Sorry.
That wasn't the question.
That wasn't my question at all. Who's?
Right, but that's my response.
Say it again.
That's the thing about Americans. Americans really like to hyper-focus on America. Yeah, shocker.
Is it hyper-focus, or do you only have fucking talking points that you memorize?
Involved any place where
Which one is
people have been displaced.
Bro, I agree.
That's the way it works.
Okay,
What are you
well, I
talking
was
about?
born.
And more importantly, before my people came to Canada, they were in the States. So, like that's what I'm saying. You guys, are you guys serious?
Wait, okay.
What the?
I just want to.
I'm checking
that
out. This before I
really
get too
clear.
triggered. Okay, Jesus
Wait.
Christ.
I was born and raised in Puerto Rico. You could consider that part of the Caribbean. I can tell you for a fact that like skin color, or race, or the way that you treat that is very differently in Puerto Rico than it is in the United States. So please do not tell me that they're the same experience in both places, because I know for a fact that they're not.
So it's different. So you're saying that darker skinned Puerto Ricans are treated the same as lighter skinned Puerto Ricans?
That is not at all the question. Oh my God.
No, that is my question.
Okay.
Because if you think that doesn't have anything to do with colonization, which has to do with slavery, which has to do with imperialism, which has to do with all of these things, because they're all interrelated, then you
and then
you
capitalism,
have to make
right?
that argument.
I first of all, I didn't say that. But second of all, what you guys consider black in the United States is even considered black in Puerto Rico. People don't like the way that people conceptualize race is like so radically different in Puerto Rico than it is in the United States. Like the way that people are able to classify one another is basically like as gringo or not gringo, right? Like that's a major defining point. That's not to say race is non-existent in Puerto Rico, but it is definitely not treated the same way it is in the United States.
It is. It's on. The only difference is the way that it's defined and the way that that's the only real difference. All the underpinnings, all of the racism, it all is still exists. The way that it's defined and the lens that's used to see it is different. And
what
that's
does that mean? There's racism in every fucking country.
That probably has more to do with culture, but that's fine. But at the end of the day, which country was it? Was it Cuba or was it? I think
So
it
as
was
a Canadian,
Cuba.
you're gonna speak on.
It was
where the
Cuba
fuck are we
or
veering off
Dominican
to?
Republic. I think it was Cuba. Where the government actually encouraged the whitewashing of Cubans. Does anybody remember what it's called?
No.
Gusano.
Isn't it?
No.
No. I'm trying to think. Like it was actually legislated. It was like literally
Is it? I'm reading this word. I've never heard this before. But is it blanqueamiento?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that's another example of sort of like that secular element of things that affected people who are a part of the diaspora, and like to think that the Black American experience is exclusive to Americans. It is only that's only something truly that an American could think of. To be honest,
Or it would be
So
anybody
makes
that's
sense.
had a Black American experience would tell you that that's obviously true. But you don't sound like
right.
you
But
have
anybody
that.
who's had a Black American experience, who's traveled and met other people, would also know that that's not true.
Who is peeing?
It's fucking you. Lycan just got kicked and lost his perms. Good luck. What the fuck?
Wait, maybe he was pouring a drink. He's extra
why would
like
he?
that.
He's fucking. Okay. Good luck, Lycan. Ask somebody back for him. Here's a question.
I don't
Here's a
understand
question.
what that statement means.
Here's a Anna. Do you think that like Black immigrants in the United States, like somebody coming from Nigeria or Kenya, is going to have the same experience as an African American in the United States?
She's muted.
Yes or no?
She's muted.
Anna, Alicia, come back to us.
Sorry, 1 second. What's the question?
Do you think that a Black immigrant from Africa that comes to the United States is going to have the same experience as an African American descendant of slaves from the United States? Do you think they're going to have the same or similar experience in the U.S.?
It will be similar, wouldn't be the same. That's not the argument though.
No, hold on. Stop saying that's not the argument. I'm trying to figure. Okay, my bad.
America.
Oh my god, I thought I was going to get to talk for more than 2 fucking seconds before you ramble for another 12 minutes. My bad.
Probably not.
Okay,
No.
okay, gotcha. Okay.
Can I ask you a question? What does it mean when you say that only Black Americans would think that their experience is different than everyone else's? Like, who else is supposed to think that?
It's not just a Black American thing. It's just Americans in general feel like they're so segregated from the rest of the world.
Do you think if maybe Black Americans are telling you that their experience is different, that maybe you should hear that?
No, it's not. No. Hold on. My argument is not that it's different. My argument is that it is exclusive and that it has only affected the American people in the way that it's affected them. That's my problem. Is that's an American thing to say. It's like
no one is saying that.
This is a special club, and Black Europeans, they have absolutely no claim to it. Canadian Black people have that's my
no
position.
claim to what? Racism in America?
Can I ask a question here?
Racism in America.
Okay, hold on.
It's a global thing. That's what we're trying to say.
Okay, wait. I want to ask this question. Hold on.
Okay,
Fenty,
fine.
how many countries have you been to?
3. Wait, 4. Wait, let me think about it.
Okay. Here's the thing I'm going to put into words, but if people haven't traveled as much, I don't know if this is the case, okay? This is like my general impression, okay? That is unique to the Black experience inside the United States. Now, I haven't been everywhere, and I haven't been everywhere in the places I've been, so maybe that's not necessarily the case, okay? But I noticed that, like, when I've been to London a couple times, when I go to places in other countries, okay, across Europe or New Zealand, that when I find black people in these countries, they tend to be like pretty integrated into like the societies that they're in. They tend to be. Now, maybe like there are going to be some cities where this is somewhat of an exception, but like they feel very much like they're part of those local communities. In the United States, an interesting aspect of like African American culture is that even if I seem like an African American person in like the northeast part of the country, if I'm up in New England, or if I go to the southwest part of the country, place in LA, there is kind of like this unifying African American culture that exists almost independently of itself, but is still like very related across all of the United States. That seems to be a relatively unique phenomenon in the U.S. Yeah, what?
Listen, we're not saying that it's exactly the same. Of course, that racism is going to manifest itself differently in different institutions, okay? You guys had slavery, which is very different to how racism manifests in imperialism, okay? So, yes, it's a unique experience, but racism in itself, the same sort of the virus that is bred into our institutions is not unique. Yes,
I don't know what you're responding to. I'm just saying that the African American experience in the United States is a relatively unique one. That's why like all of the culture that was created by African Americans in the United States like resonates throughout the world in a unique way that it did in other countries. The African American experience in the United States and the way that history in the United States is going to be a lot different than black people across the continent of Africa or black people that existed in other European countries.
We're not saying that it's not unique. Like
you literally are saying that it's not unique.
No,
yes.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Then we agree. Then I don't know what you're. Then we agree on everything. Then we agree. It's unique. It is. Then boom. Then we agree.
But the thing is that But the thing is that you're using that point to say that we don't have any valid. We have no validity.
I'm saying you have to be really careful when you speak
It's to say that you aren't the authority on it, because it seems like anytime somebody questions you or challenges you guys, you're dismissive. Like Annalisa saying, I'm not listening to you because you're white, even though she's fucking Mexican. Don't care.
Annalisa,
first of
all,
it was nice
my position is not my. I don't know how many people realize that a lot of American slaves migrated to Canada. So like again, like that's sort of it's weird to me when you try to like you try to make these like really rigid differentiations when in reality. Most of my family came from before they got to Canada. They were in the States, like deep in the States. They were slaves in the States. Does that make like so now? Can I qualify the things that I'm saying? I'm not saying that I'm an authority on anything. Don't
are. When you're telling another person in the conversation that you don't want to hear from them, you are doing that.
I'm an authority. If you think that, that's your problem. I don't think
No, that's where you are putting yourself at, but you don't want to own up to it. So you want to shame another person out of the fucking conversation. That's what you're doing.
I can't hear you. I didn't hear what you said. So
And I'm it's just saying weird to me that you think that my skin color has any relevance to these arguments whatsoever. So if I were just like a little bit more tan,
who said anything about your skin color?
What is even the point of this?
When you're calling
Did
me
I say
white,
anything about your skin color?
Yes.
Yeah, you called me white.
Yes. That's literally why I hopped in here.
Hold on, wait a minute. Do you guys think that being white is it's just a skin color? It has nothing to do with facial features. It has nothing to do with phenotype. It has nothing to do with hair texture.
I think being white does not fucking matter to you unless they disagree, because you can't fucking wait to hear from Steven.
True.
But if I'm having a conversation with Steven, I ask him a question, I want him to answer it.
Oh, my bad, I forgot. He's the only person that can. Go ahead, Steven.
We're trying to talk to Steven.
All right, this conversation is going nowhere. Americans. So, if you guys really think that unless you are from America, you can have conversations about America because it's so used to America, it's so unique to America. My thing is, why would you? That means that you shouldn't be able to talk about Russia. You shouldn't be able to talk about
Poland. No. I'm just saying. Wait. I'm just saying. Hold on. Chill.
Outside of your national.
No. Oh my God! Stop! Chill! Hold on, Anna. Chill. What I'm saying is that the problem. If you want to have conversations about these things in general, that's fine. But if you want to start polling like credentials for race, a white kid that's growing up in the ghetto in the United States is going to know more about the black experience in the United States than you will. Because if you aren't a black person living in the United States,
oh my
okay.
God,
Well, here, this is what I will tell you. If you ask any African American in the United States, okay, not a second generation Nigerian immigrant, if you ask an African American in the United States, States, what you and Alicia, somebody that sounds like they're in middle or upper middle class or whatever the fuck, Canada, well-educated or whatever, they're going to say you have no fucking idea about any part of the black experience in the United States. That's what every single African-American will tell you that. You might find some people that are like first or second generation immigrants that'll agree with you, but every single person that's grown up in places like fucking Baltimore or LA or like places in all of these cities that grow up in fucking projects or that have part of like the African-American experience in the United States, they're going to completely disagree with you. And they're going to tell you know about as much as a wealthy white person living in a San Francisco suburb. That's what they're going to tell you.
The problem that I have, right? No, I understand. I disagree. And I'll always disagree because A, you don't know my background. You don't know what area I grew up in. You don't know anything about my background. You're assuming that now, because yes, I've transcended some of the poverty, some of the plight. I've transcended, of course, through education, obviously. But you're assuming that you know my history, and you're assuming that my history.
I do. I will assume that. Yes, I am.
That my history wouldn't resonate with somebody in a ghetto in Baltimore, and you don't know that.
I know. I can know. Hold on. I can know part of your history because there's no way that somebody with those experiences would make statements as utterly clueless as you have. I, as a white person, know not to make a statement that fucking stupid, and you don't. So you obviously came from different areas.
White person.
You obviously came from different areas.
It's not about being stupid or smart. It's about you're white. So
no, it's about listening to it's about listening to other black people. It's about listening to other black people that didn't graduate with sociology degrees to talk about like systemic injustices from fucking Canada. Okay, they're totally different lived experiences. And if you ask any African American in the United States, they'll tell you the same thing.
Canadian pedagogy, how much do you think overlaps with American history? How much do you think?
It's people don't live their history.
No. Because if you're going to talk about my degrees, if you're going to talk about my education, you're going to talk about pedagogy. You have to know at least that there is a lot of overlap in the Canadian pedagogy with respect to American history, especially if you know what I took, which is a black American history. So, and again,
bro, taking black American history doesn't mean living in the projects. Are you serious?
I'm not gonna. All right, we can't have these conversations. Like this is not a competition of like, who's more black.
This has nothing to do with whether or not you can talk about these issues.
Like statistics, and you can push back, and that's fine. But you're not going to use my nationality or my academic credentials to invalidate anything that I'm saying. That's ridiculous.
You're doing it to only. If you're doing it to other people,
the only reason it comes up is to throw it back in your face when you fucking do it to other people.
Yeah,
nobody cares.
That's the only reason it's coming up is because you're trying to invalidate other people's experiences. You're trying to.
The framework is the numbers that have been put on the table, and then you move forward and have the conversation.
That wasn't the
numbers.
Oh my God.
Then I'm gone. That's fine.
Okay, you weren't doing that. You tried to throw somebody's race in their face. Okay, if you're gonna do that, then of course we're gonna pull credentials.
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, it's not about it wasn't about putting her race in her face.
Yes,
it was about the fact that if you think that I have no experience, or if you think that I can't identify or resonate with any of the places,
I don't know why you're so stuck
about Karen down there.
Exactly. So you are placing yourself as an authority, an authority here over her. You don't want to have a conversation. You want to fucking lecture to people.
No one's talking to you.
You are right the fuck now.
Stephen and Fenty.
No, you're talking to me and only me.
Like I said, whatever you want to apply to me, it's going to apply to you. It's going to apply to everybody on this panel. So contend with the numbers that I put on the table, or don't grapple with them if you can't. If you can only relegate the conversation to you can't have this conversation because you're Canadian. All right, that's cool. Have the conversation then.
Anna,
no one's throwing Canada in your face till you throw white in another person.
Listen, I'm not worried about Canada. We're good over here. Don't worry about Canada. What I'm saying is
stop calling
numbers that I put on the table, or shut the hell up.
Anna, do you understand the only reason this has come up was because you tried to call out Erin on her race? Do you understand that?
What did you say?
The only reason why this came up was because you tried to throw race in Straight Raid's face. You asked her, "Are you white? You white woman?" That's the only reason this came up.
What did Erin say prior to that?
It was about black absenteeism.
It doesn't matter. No, doesn't matter.
Specifically,
is there an appropriate time to say that?
Well, I mean, it could matter if Erin.
Listen, I understand that Karen needs a defense attorney. You can calm down. I'm not having this conversation with you.
So now white slurs.
Yes. Karen is a white slur.
You said
you said
that nobody cares what she thinks because she was a white woman. That's what you said. That's what turned this
What
into.
did she say prior to
She was
that,
talking. She
Steven?
said that black absenteeism was a myth.
No, that's what she said. Rewind the tape. Rewind the tape, please.
I just want to know what could I ever say that it would be relevant to bring up my race? I don't understand. Can you explain to me?
No, I won't.
Oh, okay, got it.
Giga Chad.
I'm just telling you.
Giga Chad.
If I just go up to North Texas, I've been called a wetback before.
Oh, what's your point?
You think that I'm white?
It
So
sounds like
because
she
you've
might
been
have
called a
experienced
wetback,
more
you're
racism
somehow
than you.
not
That's actually
white?
true.
Okay.
So how are we doing?
I know where all of this stems from the fact that Fenty, you came in saying that you think that there is kind of like a universal black experience that transcends nations, right?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they're the same, but I'm saying is if we can understand that, we can use the knowledge of all systemic to see what is systemic and what is culture. Okay?
Right. So that's why it's like, are you from you said you're Nigerian and you live in the UK, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
And Anna is Canadian. And both of you guys.
Comparing our experiences can give us more insight of how systemic racism really works and what is systemic and what we can actually do as a people to be better.
Right. You feel like you have some authority to speak on issues related to specifically Black Americans because you're Black yourself. You're not a Black American, but you're part Black, right?
I've never lived the Black American experience, but I know a lot about how systemic racism works in my life and how it's differing because I study like the carceral state and systemic racism in America, so applying what I learned from school, right, to what is different in my life, I'm just making inferences to Steven to see where there's an alignment of what we can do about culture and what we can do about the system itself. And I'm feeling.
Fenty, can I ask you a question?
Yes, my baby.
To what degree? Because it's really interesting when we talk about authority. But to what degree would you think? Because I know in Canadian culture, especially like urban Canadian culture, Black Canadian culture, it is saturated with American culture. I would add.
What's Canadian
culture?
culture?
It's not about authority. It's more about listening
I would
to one
venture to
another.
say Canadian culture is American culture. So
what is
have a problem
to what
with
degree do you
authority
believe that
to-
American culture
Which is what I'm
overall
talking about,
permeates
the
into other nations and permeates into other cultures?
No, girl. The thing is that you're stuck on the whole authority thing. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
No.
Like,
I'm not worried about authority. I just want to know, what do you think about American culture and the fact or the idea that